Oh, really, Daniel? Hell yeah. I used to have the entire series on DVD. I had like the DVD set, but I ended up getting rid of it at one point because it was DVD. Secret sleeper agent, master of martial arts. It's not true. It didn't happen. Fake news.
A gift, you say?
Hi, Horn. Cat stuck in toilet. Was that a random gift sub, or did you type that in, mate? Thank you for the gift sub. I don't remember what I was doing last week. Where am I? I'm here. I think we had wrapped up a mission because I'm not even tracking one right now. Oh, because Harvey was stuck in there? Yeah, Rachel locked her in there. I typed in Harvey and is stuck in the toilet. Yeah, Rachel shut the door on her and just watched. All right. So we still need to, it was like, dude, Harvey is crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. I don't blame Ray. Sometimes I just want to go lock myself in there to get away from both of them. Hi, Danny. She is smart, yeah. Of her just sitting there. It's so funny. She's just looking at, like, I just hear like Harvey on the other side. And then Rachel's just sitting there. Hi, Jamie, welcome in. Good morning. How art thou this evening? I mean, this morning. I'm okay. I'm okay. Sheesh! Horn, thank you so much! Thank you, thank you! You're cut off, mate. You're cut off. Thank you for the throne contribution. Appreciate you. Maybe we do this one next. Ankita's asked you to deliver the drive she gave you to Carmen and only Carmen. Someone cut that man off. Dude, aren't they so cute? I fucking love the little horns on the side. My friend Banshee has them, so we'll match. They're so cute. All right, let me see where this is. If I toggle it. Why is my name everywhere? What do you mean? Does Horn rub lotion on themselves every time they hit submit on throne? He's gotta be super moisturized by now. Oh yeah, because his name on throne is still moisturized Horn. Hee hee. Okay, so I think we would have to travel to the Hollow and then to Oliveira. Michael! Thank you for the gift to Jamie! What the helly? Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Moist tone. Oh, bruv, what do I want to do here? I need fuel. I think that's what we do, though. Where's the investigate hexport at? Oh. Cadet has a drive from hexport. Cracking it open might reveal the fate of the station and perhaps clear your conscience. Meet Cadet in the scatter yards. Where this? Oh, can I even get here? Like, what's this big red circle? That seems like a no-no. Utsuo territory spoof transponder required. Okay, so we're missing something. We need a spoof transponder. Okay, so I guess we'll do this one first. Okay, well, we need fuel. Is there anywhere to get fuel here? There is indeed. Okay. Is there anywhere to spin these dice? Oh, it's a bummer. Hi, Yusuf. Welcome in. At least my cable and net bill will be 70 bucks lower by switching to fiber. Damn, 70 bucks lower? That's a lot. How much were you? You don't have to say. That's a lot, though. Holy. You basically moisturize until you can't hold or push for more moisturizer. Okay, Senpai, I thought you said you went to work. You received... Ah, Senpai! Thank you for Chronos! Dude! Go to work! Senpai! Sneaky. Thank you! Hi, Tree Hugger! Dude, I'm gonna have so many horror games lined up to play. Senpai, thank you! You're ridiculous. The old commute gifty. No, I haven't beat it yet. It's kind of long, actually. I like watching horror games. Playing them is a bit stressful, but we've been playing through Resident Evil. I got Dead Take to play. I have Ludo to play. I have Silent Hill F when that comes out. I feel like there was one more. Maybe it was Chronos that's also in September. Your Scream is classic. So yeah, we got a lot of good stuff lined up. I'm really excited for Silent Hill F. Spooky season starting earlier this year. I feel like they always start in August now. Oh, Little Nightmares 3 is coming up as well. I don't really consider Little Nightmares to be scary though. I mean, it's got like dark atmosphere and maybe a couple jump scares, but it's not too like horror. I'm not like miserable playing it, you know? Okay, let's go here. We got Halloween candy out at work. If anyone wants some early. You got any high chews? Miserable, yeah. It's more spooky cozy. Yeah, it's like atmospheric cozy. Dude, I still have this visual glitch on my middle dice. That's so weird. 90 displays of high chews? Sheesh. I was a character model in the first Little Nightmares members. You kill me, mate. I don't know if have I been to the Hollow yet? Also, where do I get the spoof transponder? Edge, you can just answer yes or no. I'm not gonna get that as a reward for this like paint the rig quest, right? That I have not been doing. Because I'm not doing this quest. But if I need that Falcon transponder. No, not boof, spoof. My assumption is correct. Wait, what's my assumption? Like, is it the reward for this quest? Oh, that you do not need to, okay. Thanks. Okay. Do I have anything I can spin dice on here? Listen, you guys try being a streamer and tell me how much of your life you forget just by talking. Okay, this can at least make me some money. I'm gonna use that answer from here on out. Your assumption is correct. Do it. It was worded in a difficult way that yes or no as an answer would have been confusing. That's fair. I think just like as a streamer, we tend to like ask a question, but then also elaborate on it. So by the time chat can catch up and answer, the answer no longer is like super clear. Money, money, money. All right, I'm not gonna spin those two. So we need to buy more fuel. I talked to enough assholes at work. I couldn't imagine trying to stream solitaire and talking to more assholes. What the hell? All right. To Oliveira. Concealed colony. To whom it may concern, to whom it is about to concern. I like that. You find Oliveira exactly where Ankita said it would be. A ragged colony nestled in a crater on one of the biggest rocks of the shoals. Seraphin gets no response to his initial broadcast, and so you find yourself in a docking tunnel, the rig at one end, the colony at the other, with no idea what awaits you. I need you to get back on that ship and keep flying. You freeze in the dark tunnel, a figure in front of you holding a long gun at their hip. I'm serious. Your eyes adjust to the dark, and as they do, you see a man, no, a boy, carrying a long dark shape in his hands. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now and forget this place. You glance over your shoulder and see Seraphin, his hands raised in front of him in a gesture of calm. Look, kid, we mean no harm. How about you go run and get someone? I am someone. I'm Xander. He sticks out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I'll decide who's gonna do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and thumbs on a lamp he has lashed there. You blink in the glare of the bright light, shielding your eyes, and as you do, you see a flicker of confusion crossing Xander's face. He meets your eye with a look of shock and opens his mouth as if to speak, though no words emerge. We have something for Carmen. You notice the familiar name register with Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes taking in your sleeper body, his gun dropping a little as he takes his attention off it. Solitaire is a classic, man. Truly. These games are great, but they make you depressed. I like that though. Like that's my vibe. Is this, he looks between you and Seraphin. Are you here for Flint? He pulls the gun closer to himself. I'll be honest, kid, we have no idea who you're talking about. Seraphin allows himself to drift a little forward. So how about you drop the gun and we can talk like adults? As Seraphin floats past you, he gives you a look that makes you nervous. We're just here to deliver something. Hi, Hash, welcome in. A little depressed is good for the environment, you know? Xander? The voice echoes along the docking bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge behind Xander, a young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. Found these two trying to sneak in, Cadence. Xander keeps his eyes on you and Seraphin as he speaks. Saboteurs, maybe? Was about to send them on their way. Xander grins. I assure you we are not saboteurs, miss. Seraphin smiles at Cadence. Cadence sighs and glides towards Xander. Stop messing around with that welder. She snatches the gun out of Xander's hands, and as she does, both you and Seraphin reflexively flinch. A little depressed is just gravity. True. Cadence looks at the two of you with a raised eyebrow and turns the gun so you can see it better. You notice the fuel tank and welding muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. After 120 attempts, I almost finally beat RE4 Remake Permadeath, but I went to shoot a chainsaw guy with a rifle and Ashley happened to run right behind him and it penetrated and hit her. Then she go, Leon! Leon! That sucks though, Horde, I'm sorry. Seraphin looks at Xander and rolls his eyes. Seriously? Cadence lowers the welder to her side and turns to Xander. Now's not the time. We just got an emergency broadcast from Carmen and Flint. Something's happened. Xander's attitude changes immediately. He turns to face Cadence, putting his back to you, as if you had just disappeared completely. What do you mean something's happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. All we got was a distress signal. Cadence raises her hands reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship, but we should check in anyway. We have to get them. Xander grabs the welder back and slings it over his shoulder. In what, Xander? Cadence sighs. They took our only functioning ship. The tender tides still in pieces in the hangar. Tender tides. Seraphin gives you a nudge and nods towards Cadence and Xander. This is your chance. We have a ship. Xander wheels around in the tunnel, squinting at you in thought. Seraphin moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen, and it seems like Carmen needs our help. He looks between the two of them. So how about we stop messing around in this dingy tunnel and go get your friend? Xander turns back to Cadence. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We're not the only people in Oliveira. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? They're here now. Cadence looks at Seraphid, and they are generously offering to help. She smiles sheepishly. Fine, Xander folds his arms, but I'm coming with you. Fine by us. Seraphim shakes his head and looks at you. Come on then. You both turn and head back into the ship, Seraphim whispering as you do. What kind of backwater is on key to send us to you? He sighs. That kid thinks he's some kind of sheriff. Not used to visitors, I guess. Tucked away in the shoals like this, I'm not surprised. What are they doing out here? What are we talking about? Xander catches up with you and Seraphim. His mood seems buoyed by the prospect of boarding a ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave Oliveira. You. Just kidding. Oliveira. Oh, you haven't seen the half of it, Xander winks. Wait up. You turn back to see Cadence gliding up the tunnel. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Give me a minute to grab some supplies. She glances at Xander, just in case. Seraphim cuts in. I'll give you a hand. That all right, Sleeper? We'll be there in a sec. He looks at you. You pause, but Seraphim doesn't seem to be waiting for confirmation as he and Cadence head back into the dock. You're slightly thrown off by his eagerness to be helpful. This is the first time you've actually seen him be welcoming to anyone coming on board the rig. Does he have a crush? Hi, Alder. Hi, Rob. Welcome in. When you get to the cockpit, you notice Xander looking wide-eyed at the consoles and switches. Cool ship, he grins. After a short wait, Cadence and Seraphim come back into the cockpit, all loaded up. Seraphim pats Xander on the shoulder. Might want to strap in there, kid. Xander and Cadence find a place to settle as Seraphim buckles himself into the flight seat. All right, he turns to Xander. Show us where to go. You head out into the shoals, the thick debris field that surrounds Oliveira. What's happening in here, Sleeper? Bliss pokes their head into the cockpit as Seraphim brings the ship in towards the signal coordinates Xander gave him. You look around the cockpit. Xander's tapping at the co-pilot console mounted in front of his seat in a haphazard way, while Cadence is asking Seraphim about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphim's responding with patience and care. They'll help us find Carmen. Hi, Code Monkey. Yeah, I finished Starblade last week. If you say so, Bliss looks over, smiling at Seraphim and Cadence. Is Seraphim smiling? They shake their head. Something's going on. Bliss turns back to you. Junie is working on the ship's wiring and won't respond to my messages. She's probably in the walls somewhere, hooked up to the main line. They smile a weak smile. I'm here. So, how about you tell me what we're doing out in the middle of nowhere? Quiet, Seraphim's voice cuts through the chatter. Is that? He gestures out into the debris field at a sparking, ragged-looking shape tucked beside a rock. Can you hear me now? Xander rushes to the cockpit glass. Carmen. A moment of tense silence grips the room. That's his ship. Oh, for some reason I was thinking Carmen was a girl this whole time. You and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good. I'll bring her in. Seraphim's eyes are fixed on the wreck of the crumpled ship now. We don't know anything yet, so everyone calm down. Xander's silent, his face pressed against the glass. Cadence stares out at the wreck, her cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop. All right, now, we're going out there and we'll have a poke around. Seraphim looks between Cadence and Xander. We verify the ship and we recover the crew. Seraphim gives you and Bliss a nod and you both push off and glide towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly, Xander pushes off from the window and glides with you out of the cockpit. I'm coming too. You need someone to identify the ship. To identify... He stops and takes a breath. Are you sure? I'm sure. Xander gets the words out, then pushes on ahead towards the airlock. You follow behind, ready to suit up and investigate the wreck. Des! What the hell? All right. So we got Xander and Bliss. Search the ship. He. Identify D's. All right. Sheesh! RNG is on my side today. So far. Dude, and they're not grabbing stress either? What the heck? Streamer luck? Bro, this game has fucked me over. There is no streamer luck. The search of Carmen's gutted ship has impacted the mood in the rig. As more and more evidence of an attack has appeared, the quieter Xander has got and the more Cadence has retreated into the bunks. Now, with the search complete, you're gathered in the cockpit to discuss what's been found. Yeah, I tried. I started on the hardest difficulty horde and I died. And then I was left with like a permanent glitched dice, so I had to restart on normal. That was such a mistake. Bee's using the streamer privilege? No streamer privilege. Come on, Cadence floats by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. Xander's perched on the back of one of the seats, flicking at some hinged container he found in the wreck. Open and close, open and close. Explain carefully. You start by summarizing the search, talking around the details, picking your language carefully. You describe the damage to the ship, but not the attack. You talk about the occupants of the ship without mentioning what might have happened to them. Seraphin quickly cuts in. What Sleeper's saying, he gives you a look, is that the ship was hit with weapons fire, badly. Then the drive was fired up, and they attempted to flee. The drive burned out, and the ship, after hitting multiple rocks and bits of debris, came to a halt here. He takes a breath. We found no bodies. At the mention of the word bodies, a shudder runs through those assembled. Then they're here, somewhere. Xander has a steely look in his eyes. And we find them, whatever state they're in. He looks at Cadence. She nods back at him. Xander's right. We aren't leaving them out here. Carmen made Oliveira what it is. He saved us. We won't come back without him. She shivers and looks at Xander. He would do the same for us. Based on the damage to the ship, Seraphin begins. They're almost certainly dead. We get it. Xander cuts him off. But there are debris trails leading away from the ship. I've seen them. There are. Seraphin holds his hands out in a calming manner. But those could be from secondary explosions or depressurization. We picked the wrong trail and it could lead us in circles, cycle after cycle. Then we better pick the right one. Cadence has Xander's steely look now too. She stares directly at Seraphin, challenging him to answer back. He sighs. Then that's what we'll do. He looks at you with resignation. Whatever happened here, you won't be leaving until you see its end. Oof. This is just a guessing game, yeah? I got the plot for Expedition 33. It is so good. It is so good. I hope you enjoy it. All right, chat. Left, middle, or right? Which trail? They have no plans to expand. Expedition 33. When in doubt, left. You think? All in favor of left. Mordor Gandalf. Is that left or right? I don't speak Lord of the Rings. It's left? Okay. Left it is then. Oh, wait, I need to... I guess I could try a 2 dice. BRB crying myself to sleep. Oh my god, you're gonna sleep? Fuck, that gave me 2 stress. Oh, I should have done my push. Nice. Okay, now we rest and start over. I can't be a death for them, so I guess I'll just stay where I am. What are these dice rolls? Who said I had streamer privilege? Bro, this is actual dicks. Hi, Webbering. How's it going? Okay, Beavers. Listen, you said you were gonna sleep. I'm happy for you. Bro, this is not okay. This isn't leading us anywhere, Sleeper. Bliss's voice comes over the comms. I'm sorry, but we have to call it. You look out at the scattered debris gleaming in the sunlight. Bliss is right. This trail's going nowhere. If Carmen and Flint did head out from this ship this way, there's no way you'll find them. And if they didn't, there's still more places to look. Bliss interrupts your thoughts. We won't give up on them yet. You think of Xander and Cadence and how they must feel right now. The search must continue. Left was a bust, chat. All right, I guess we try middle. My dice suck, though. Sheesh. Oof. Been grinding Monster Hunter Wilds and I found a hummingbird this morning. Oh, that's so cool, Webbering. Hell yeah. I haven't played Wilds in a while since they launched the two, I don't even remember their names. The two newer monsters. Who busted by going left? Des, what have I told you about that? Hi, Vaunt. All right. I think we're gonna have to, you know what? Fuck it. I'll take it. Fuck it. Nice. The trail is dead, Sleeper. Fuck. Seraphim sighs over the comms. It's going nowhere. You have to agree, picking through the debris has been nothing but an exercise in futility. And now, coming to a dead end, you aren't even sure if there's anything to find out here at all. Loop back to one of the other trails, Sleeper. Seraphim pauses. We're gonna keep going. What else can you do? You just hope for Xander and Cadence's sake you find something soon. Fucking damn it. Leggy and Steve. No, one of them was like a water ferret thing. And what was the other one? I don't even remember the other one. All right, we got this. Okay, nice. Let's go. New location discovered. Search the caves, follow the trail. Oof. Hi, Momo. Welcome in. Okay, I need y'all to stop stressing out. You're stressing me out. Fuck. Oh yeah, yeah, I kept wanting to call her Mitsune, but that's not what it is. But yeah. They're real hard. Sheesh. Mitsubishi. Okay, these are better. When the Starward trail led to the caves, a little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew. But after plumbing the depths of these dark passages, that hope seemed snuffed out. Xander struggled on in silence, only speaking to update Cadence on the lack of news via the cockpit comms link. But he speaks now, quietly at first, and then with increasing urgency. A light, sleeper. I see a light. And with that, he kicks off hard from the wall and darts down a dark tunnel with reckless speed. You follow, but the tunnels are winding, and you quickly lose Xander around a corner. You kick off from the same wall, trying to close the gap, but when you come around that same corner, you can't find Xander anywhere. And then you see it, through a thin slit in the cave wall, a flickering, fading light. You cross over to it and see scratches and chunks scraped out of the rock. Someone's dragged something through here. Contact Xander. You click your comms to Xander's channel and call out to him. Nothing but static and silence greets you. A flashing red light on your comms panel suggests the signal isn't getting through. You push away some of the floating rock and squeeze yourself into the gap. As you do, you watch the light pulsing inside the cave, setting the cracks and shapes of the rock in sharp relief. You search those shadows for something recognizable, and the light source remains out of sight. And then you are through. You steady yourself against the wall and look towards the light. There, beside a fading emergency lamp, floats a body, its head instantly striking you as strange and misshapen. Hi, staff, welcome in! Oh, no. You know immediately this must be Carmen, his head shrouded in an emergency helmet, inflated around him like a balloon, while an oxygen canister floats nearby, attached by a tube. His eyes are closed, his body still. You try to settle your gaze on his chest to see the telltale rise and fall. And then the light catches something else, something broken and skeletal nearby. A face with bright eyes watching you. Oh shit, Flint was a sleeper? A sleeper, another sleeper. They watch you with lit irises. One's just like yours. Their torn face reveals no emotion. They pose crouched, coiled even, like a spring ready to strike. Dude. What if, is it Lane? Is that the name of the villain? What if Lane overtook this sleeper and this sleeper caused this crash and killed Carmen? Like what Lane's trying to do to us? It's just my guess. Because they're portraying him in a very menacing way. I don't know, I could be wrong. I'm doing good, staff. How are you doing? Happy Friday. You're both frozen, unsure, afraid. Nothing moves. Your eyes trace the damage to their suit, to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others, if they flinch when they see you, as you feel the need to now. I appreciate your theories and would like to subscribe to your newsletters. Perfect. Carmen, Xander's panicked voice cuts through the silence. He rushes forward to the floating body, and as he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the wall, like a statue coming to life. For a moment, you go to intervene, to save Xander from the skeletal figure, but the sleeper falls on Xander to embrace him, and Xander returns the hug. You float, stunned, watching as Xander begins to carry Carmen's body from the cave with Flint, the sleeper, guiding him. Carmen is stable. Cadence comes out from the room that has become makeshift medbay. Oh, that's good. I thought he was dead. She looks between you and Seraphin. Thanks to you. And Flint? Cadence pauses, choosing her answer carefully. Flint's in there with Carmen. They seem to be functional. She looks away. If that's what you mean? We should head back to Oliveira. Seraphin cuts in. He places a hand on your shoulder and steers you away towards the cockpit. Hi, Kriam. No worries. Happy Friday. Once you're out of the earshot, Seraphin turns to you. Did you know Flint was a sleeper? No. Seraphin nods. He pauses. I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised, that's all. Seraphin glances back towards the medbay. They look different. Different how? Seraphin sighs, unsure of his words. Just never seen a sleeper like that. He looks away. I'll go get her started up. He pats you on the shoulder and heads to the cockpit. Let's just keep an eye on them, okay? He leaves you floating in the corridor, unsure what to think. Flint is the first sleeper you've met since you escaped the program, and at this point, those memories are little more than fragments and fictions. As the rumble of the drive runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned for what this might mean. Dude, I'm telling you, it's a changed sleeper. No. It's a changed sleeper. You're left alone with Xander and Seraphine in the docks while Carmen's carefully carried from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of Oliveira's many tunnels and passages. Okay, I believe you. Xander shrugs his shoulders. Seraphine raises an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs. He shoots you a sheepish grin, although you never know. I appreciate that. Hi, Narn, good morning. Welcome to the world. Do you get some coffee? No problem. He nods to you with the kind of seriousness that only children possess. Tell me, kid. Seraphine folds his arms. Why are you so protective of this place? I mean, no offense, but who'd want to sabotage a 10-pot colony in the middle of the shoals? Xander bristles at the comment, but controls his anger. You don't get it. Oliveira is a refuge. Why do you think we're hiding all the way out here? He glances at you and then back at Seraphine. I would have thought you'd understand what's at stake here. You've seen Flint. Seraphine pauses, unsure how to respond. He looks embarrassed into silence. Look, Xander says, playing the peacemaker. You brought Carmen back to us. Everyone in Oliveira will thank you for that. How about you stick around for a bit, get a feel for the place? If you need to resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, you'll get your share. He bows his head a little. We're more welcoming than we appear. Just don't expect to buy anything with those chits of yours. Xander puts his hands on his hips. Oliveira's not for sale. Seraphine shrugs. All right, kid. He glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around until Carmen's back up and awake anyway, and I think we'll be glad of the rest. I'll see you around then. Xander touches his brow in a salute, then kicks away, floating off the docks. I has tea and ache all over from moving and no internets yet, so on mobile. Aw, I'm sorry, Narn. Are they scheduled to come today, or is that just no hope for today? Hopefully the move went okay, though. Seraphine turns to you. A little shore leave doesn't sound so bad. Are we safe here? Seraphine shrugs. As safe as anywhere on the belt, I guess. He looks around. Hey, maybe even safer if Xander's gonna chase any visitors off with a welder. He winks and glides away into Oliveira proper. You're left floating in the docks, unsure of what comes next. It doesn't seem like Lane is going to find you out here, so maybe this is the perfect time to take a breather. At least until you can bring Ankita's drive to Carmen. You turn that little thumbnail drive over in your pocket. Time to see what Oliveira has to offer. All right. They're coming out tomorrow, seeing as the self-install wouldn't work. That sucks. I'm sorry, Narn. Carmen's in recovery and Oliveira will have to navigate a coming crisis without his steady hand. Oh. As you leave the rig, you find a figure waiting for you in the docking tunnel. You think of Xander's hostile greeting when you first arrived. Is that him again? Where are you headed? Flint leans away from the wall, now out of the battered suit you first saw them in. The damage to their frame is concealed beneath their overalls, but you're still aware of it, just beneath the surface. Scrap sorting. Same. Flint joins nods in the direction of the colony. I'll join you. You float together through the docks in silence. Flint makes you nervous, and their insistence on intercepting you this cycle hasn't exactly calmed that sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. How are you doing? Flint stares ahead, continuing their glide. Better than Carmen. The mention of Carmen's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of your work lamps in those deep and winding caves. You suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideways look, their mask-like face betraying no emotion. It's good you found us. They pause as you both move through a doorway. Could have been sooner, they blink, but better than nothing. Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling, like catching your own reflection in a polished whole plate. Is this what others feel like when they speak with you? Watching the crooked mask, the lit irises for signs of human emotion, interpreting the stuttering emulations of facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face? Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might feel the same looking at you. Each other's mirror, each reminding the other of the gap between being and being seen. What happened out there? Flint pauses. I made a mistake. One I won't make again. They frown and stare forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together into a cavernous hall containing the scrap silos and cacophonous echoing of sorting already filling the air. So, sleeper. Flint's face curls in amusement as he uses the mononym everyone refers to you by. Oliveira asks all of those it harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. Nice. You and Flint glide into the sorting bay, where scrap from the silos is delivered to the waiting workers, ready to be checked, cleaned, and cast into the different nets at the fringes of the space. You find a sorting station and begin picking up chunks of ship and machine, turning them over in your hands. As you inspect the scrap, the ghost of their original place in a bigger structure becomes apparent. Each piece suggests a whole. A drive casing, a loading bay, a life support unit. You burn away corrosion with a torch, crack open rusted casings to release the components inside like seeds. You find new life in the broken and discarded pieces. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye, and there's Flint taking a rest of their own. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in their fingers, watching it spin. A vial of stabilizer. My last vial. Flint speaks without taking their eyes off the drug. Even through the haze of your lost memories, you can recall the fizzing, sickening pulse of that injection. The dependence your robot freed you from, or your reboot freed you from. Saving it for a special occasion, Flint pockets the vial and meets your eye. You don't need a stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall where they were resting against. I noticed you were different from the first moment we met, but I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move without dependence, I see it now. Flint folds their arms. Tell them about the reboot. You tell them about the process you and Seraphine attempted on Darkside, the one that Lane interrupted. They listen absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. We're special! That's not all though, is it? Flint meets your eye. There's something wrong with you. More than just your decaying frame. Your signal, your presence, it smells different. Lane did something to me. I've come to know that feeling. The feeling that I'm an object, a tool to be molded, to be shaped for someone else's use. Here in Oliveira, people are different. Flint looks out at the workers, but I still know who I am, what I bring to this place. All of these people are at risk because of me. That means you too are a risk. A risk to your crew, to me, and more importantly, to this place. That's what's worrying me. Oliveira will welcome you, just as it welcomed me. Flint stretches, and it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know that, because they will pay the cost. Those close to you, and you must know that they pay it for you. With that, Flint turns and glides away, leaving no space for a response. You watch them leave, their billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glinting and ragged parts of their exposed skeleton as they go. Interesting. Okay. Component hunt. Supply gathering. I need some more supplies, I guess. Okay. Fuel extraction. Nice. Get some more supplies. Hi, Crow. Welcome in. Hi, Radamir. Yeah, sounds good. It's an audiobook stream. Super cozy. All right. I think we just end this cycle now. Oh, wait. I forgot about this. Nice. Okay. End this cycle. The sound of raised voices echoes through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance to the clinic, where Flint and Xander are locked in a bitter argument. I won't take you out there, Flint. Xander's pleading with the sleeper. Look what happened to Carmen. They'll kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly why I have to go. They will find me here, and when that happens, the whole colony can hear you too. Seraphin comes out of the clinic with Cadence. You trying to wake up Carmen? You see Seraphin clock you, standing in the passageway. Your eyes meet and Seraphin looks away. Neither of you have seen each other since you brought Carmen back to Oliveira. I'm trying to make sure what happened to Carmen doesn't happen to anyone else. Flint folds their arms. I'm the reason he is like he is, and that means it's on me to fix it. What are you talking about? You catch Flint off guard. They hadn't seen you waiting in the passageway. SNARP came for me. That's what happened out in the debris field. They looked down. You know what that means. SNARP, the company that created you, the company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down on this place sets your nerves on edge. You've long since slipped their grasp. Lane disabled your tracker in exchange for the unwavering service, a gift that became a trap. But Flint's still on the run, and if SNARP attack Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint and see the fear in their eyes. Your tracker's still active. Oliveira is shrouded. Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get hold of a signal shroud and set it up here. He wanted to keep everyone safe. There's no way SNARP can track me here. Am I missing something? Seraphin interrupts. If they can't find you here, what's the problem? It's not just about the tracker. That hunter found me in the debris field. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before their search brings them here. Silence falls on the group as the inevitability of the problem sets in. Xander looks distraught. You can't, Flint. Xander says in a quiet voice. They'll kill you. Seraphin glances at you and Flint in turn, and you see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning. I'm sorry, Xander. This is how it is. Flint looks dejected. Unless we get them first. Seraphin smiles an impish smile. Seraphin, what are you thinking? Cadence speaks up for the first time. We know there's a hunter out there scouring the shoals, and we know they're looking for you, Flint. Seraphin shrugs. That means we have the upper hand. We don't need to bring them here. We can bring them anywhere we want. Seraphin looks around the group. So we get set, we prepare a little surprise, and then we wait. Flint's already shaking their head. The hunter could arrive here at any moment. We don't have time for this. If I had a ship, I would have left already. Then we move you now. We take you somewhere we can prepare, and we work hard and fast to get an ambush set. When the hunter comes, Seraphin grins, we spring the trap. It's a good plan. Seraphin smiles. See? You might not trust me, Flint, but another sleeper? Flint doesn't respond immediately. You can see them thinking it through, considering their options. I'm coming. Xander has a determined look on his face. We're doing this, and I'm coming. Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing. A bounty hunter is not going to stop patronizing me. Xander cuts him off. I know the shoals. You need me out there. The conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. The location, who should go, how to approach the ambush, the noise grows. The old Solheim manufactory. Cadence's voice rises clear and precise through the noise. That's where you do it. It's on a rock far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can lead the hunter there and get them lost inside. Cadence's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machines, ordnance. We've been afraid to scavenge any of it. It's so unstable. You notice Seraphin watching Cadence speak, clearly impressed by the sudden shift towards decisive action. Dude, he loves her. We could bring the whole place down on their head. Xander picks up Cadence's thread. I know the manufactory. It's a good idea. You look between those gathered. Seraphin, stubborn and protective. Cadence, sharp eyes. Xander's relentless desire to get involved. And Flint, a sleeper like you. A sleeper in need of an escape. Carmen was building something here. A shrouded haven. A place that needs protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating amongst the wires and tubes of clinic. But something of him is here. In this group, making a plan of resistance. Flint's eyes meet yours, and you know what has to be done. The rig will leave Oliveira this cycle. You have a hunter to trap. All right, then. He's so subtle about it. All right. I've got a new contract. Let me do this really quick. All right. We started our fungal farm on our ship. All right, free Flint. Set a trap at the manufactory. Let's go! Who up farming they fungus? I think I'll bring Cadet and... Bliss. Because they handle the most stress. So we'll see. Is it really? Great. Corroded plates, twisted struts, scattered scrap. The manufactory makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact from the corporation that once owned the system. Great. Glad I picked the two characters that can handle the most stress, at least. Despite that, something about it sets you on edge, perhaps because it also will form the crucible for your attempt to take on an SNRP hunter. The kind whose entire job is to bring in escaped sleepers like you, dead or alive. The rig's tucked behind a rock, running on low power with its transponder off. You hope that's enough not to draw attention. So, talk us through it. Seraphin turns back to Flint, Cadence, and Xander, all of whom are crammed into the cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. That's what the hunter will expect. Cadence suggests first, her voice quivering a little with anxiety. We can seal up some of the holes, maybe install some lighting, fake it up. Okay, Seraphin nods reassuringly. That's good. What then? We force them to go deep. Xander cuts in, and everyone looks at him. He pauses a little, intimidated by the attention, but Flint nods at him to continue. I've been out here before, on a salvage run. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufacturing machines. We seal doors, activate machines, make it a maze of malfunctioning construction arms and dead ends. All right then. Control their route. I like it. Seraphin smiles at Xander. And if we get lucky, maybe one of those old machines will do the job for us. Doubt it. Flint joins in. We'll need the ordnance from the silos, mining charges, fuel, whatever's left from when this place was churning out Solheim goods. They furrow their brow. We blow the place to make sure. Hi, Tofu. How you doing? Tread carefully. Okay. A silence passes through the cockpit, the danger of what you're about to attempt dawning on everyone present. Okay. Seraphin has a dark look. That's the plan. We can detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig, a simple wideband comm signal. We'll get them. Seraphin pats Flint on the shoulder. Once they go in, that hunter isn't coming back out. Hi, Panther. Welcome in. He turns to you. Anything we missed? What if they don't take the bait? Then I engage. Flint rubs their hands together nervously. I'd lead them in directly, right? Right, Seraphin confirms grimly. How long do we think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. Yo, hi, Andrew!
Happy 29 months speed.
Thank you for the 29 months. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well today. Happy Friday. Thank you, thank you. The hunter got me and Carmen fast. Flint looks out at the cockpit. No more than 3 cycles. Michael, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. When the hunter came for us, Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Carmen's ship. They came out of nowhere, hit us hard and fast. If it wasn't for Carmen, we need to be ready for anything. Flint looks at you. There won't be a warning. Seraphin sighs. Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place, down in the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay? He nods at the sleeper. The rest of us will get to work. All right, you heard Flint. We do this and we do it right. We make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste a moment more. Okay. Okay. Prime explosives, gather ordnance. A 3-part plan. To be sure you can face the hunter, all 3 parts of the plan must be ready by the time they arrive. I have 3 cycles to do everything. Okay, so Cadet can do this. Bliss can't do either of these. I can do one. Bliss can do one of these. Cadet can't do either. I can do these. Bliss can do one of those. Okay. Let's see here. Oof. 2 stresses. Two stresses again? Bruv. This is not good already. Stresso depresso. Bliss? What the fuck are these? He had a 100% positive, or Cadet did, and she still accumulated a stress. She has one more stress and then she's out. We're so fucked. Maybe I should have just done one at a time. Great. I'm fucked. I almost want to, like, I don't even think I can reload. Go easy with that. Flint's voice rumbles over local comms as you secure the final piece of ordnance. You turn to see them floating, backlit in the entrance to the bay, one of many that you've rigged with ordnance deep in the manufactory. Down here, dust and flecks of rust float through the beams of your lights, and the walls are bent and buckled. They've spent the past cycles here, picking out a spot to draw the hunter down to. One they should be able to slip out of whenever the hunter finds their way in. It's a long time to be down in the dark tunnels, waiting. No, I still have 2 more things I have to do and 1 cycle left, bro. Looks like we're just about done. Their voice is flat, their tone pragmatic. You okay? Flint nods, eager to be done with this. They look over their shoulder, however it plays out. Flint glides into the bay slowly. There's something I need to tell you, something I think you'll understand. What we're doing out here is not about saving me, it's about Oliveira. You struggle to see Flint's face with the light behind them. I should be on a ship out of there, leading this hunter away, but they won't let me do that. They shake their head in frustration, and even if they would, they can't spare the ship, not after Carmen's got shot up. That was my mistake. I never should have let him persuade me to come with him on that supply run. Flint looks down. What's done is done. What matters now, what I need from you, is a promise. Flint's bright irises flash. That you'll bring this place down with me in it if it means stopping the hunter. I promise. Flint nods. I knew you'd understand. You know as well as I that those who get close to us are at risk. That we, as sleepers, have to recognize what we open the door to. Carmen's my fault. I won't be Oliveira's downfall too. With that, they turn and leave you in the dark. Hi, Multium. Okay. Cadet's just gonna have to be out, I guess. Like, I need this. Yep, Cadet's out. But we got 2. Okay. Oof, and now I have a broken dice. Hold on to your butts. Okay, there's the second one. You float for a moment, observing the chaos of the old assembly line. The scale of the structure, the number of machines, the arms and fabricators, the welders and bolters suggest industry on a scale that you've never witnessed. Hi, Zed, good morning. The Helion system, a system that now subsists on the leftovers of its failed corporate owners, was once filled with manufactories like this, churning out components and technologies. Machines and resources for extracting the valuable materials and minerals that Solheim existed to amass. What the Helion system? If someone was able to rebuild one of these places, put it back into operation, imagine what could be fed into the belt, what changes could come of its people. Yet, no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the specter of Solheim, an entity that every being in the system can trace their origins back to. An entity that turned the entire system into a manufactory, a machine for accumulation, and that did not distinguish between human and machines as it did. You look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put back into use this past cycle as part of your plan, and those jerk are turned randomly. Excuse me. Blindly groping for components that will never be fed to them. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. None of them are sentient machines like you, and so they cannot feel or think. And yet, you cannot decide it for them. To persist is a kind of cruelty that radiates from the system that created them, or the indication of a new life, one that grants them new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Thank you, guys. Creepy, right? Xander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the close-range comms. Maybe the hunter will get spooked by those twitching arms. He imitates the scattered movements of the factory machines. More sad than creepy. Hi, Hanyu! Oh, thank you. Yeah, these games are very reading heavy, but they're so good. If you like sci-fi, RPG, and good storytelling, I cannot recommend these games enough. And obviously they're a little more easygoing if you play them personally and you don't have to read them out loud. They are a lot of reading, but to me they're worth it, so that's why I play them. But yeah, it's a lot of reading. Xander shrugs. If you say so. So, Xander gives you a look. How come this hunter isn't chasing you? My tracker's deactivated. Huh? Xander shoots you a look. Lucky you, who did that? Doesn't matter. Maybe not to you, but it could change everything for Flint. I can't deactivate Flint's. Sure, Xander looks down. But you know, maybe once they're done here, he meets your eye, they need your help. Xander looks out at the assembly line and sighs. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns his back to you, and I want to like you too. Hi, Jouster. I mean, doesn't everybody read a lot in school? Don't you like have to? Like summer reading and stuff? You didn't? Really? Only nerds? We had like summer reading we had to do and shit. Like I was always having to read a book in school. Yo, hi Oliver. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I wasn't necessarily always reading out loud, but yeah, I basically was always reading a book in school because I had to. So don't mess this up, all right? Xander gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. High school dropouts rise up. Xander kicks off and glides towards the exit without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment before turning away. There's still so much to do. Dude, book fair! Yes, Shy! Oh my god. Dude, book fair was like the best day ever. I miss book fair days. That was dopamine. Dude, I don't know if this is gonna happen. They were so fun, yeah. They sent us 2 books to read and I only read 1. The day I had my test was a huge oops. I was supposed to read the other one. Oops. Book fair is basically like, I think it would last about a week, but it was like a traveling, almost think of it like a convention, but on a much, 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 much smaller scale. Where they would come and set up, usually like in your library, like shelves and stuff, and it would just be like books for sale, like kids' books. I don't even really know why it was just so much fun, especially considering like my mom almost never, like we could never afford, like, I don't think I ever got money for book fair days. But there was still just like something so exciting. I think we got so much dedicated time to like go check out book fair. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like silly now. Yeah, the Scholastic Book Fair. Goosebumps. Yeah, or just even one. Do you guys remember the book with the fish? And it had scales and some of the scales were like sparkly. The whole book was like blue. I remember that book. I remember the one with like the patchwork looking caterpillar. Like books like that. But it was just really cool because it was a way to see, I mean, when you're a kid, you're like not really going to like Barnes and Noble to like shop or anything. Yeah, the rainbow fish, yeah. And then like, I think it was called like the Hungry Caterpillar, like books like that. But yeah, it was just really cool because you got to get out of class and you got to go walk around and like look at books and stuff. And like, if your parents gave you money, buy books, so. I do 2 English courses, English language, English lit. Yeah, I did AP English lit and it was a lot of reading, a lot. I remember this book I found one day, it was a bit short and the pages were big, but I remember it had very pretty pictures of tall girls with bunny ears. I guess they didn't have clothes on because bunnies never wear clothes. Does. Yeah, the Hungry Caterpillar. Yeah, those books were so cute. Book fair was just so fun. Everyone was in a good mood. It was just like the best time to be alive as a kid. Come on. I'm not gonna have enough for this one. That sucks. Welp. This may not be good. Oh, the Berenstain Bears books. I loved those. I forgot about the Berenstain Bears. Always get the Wishbone books. Yeah, Wishbone the dog. Dude, you know what other books I really loved as a kid? The Nancy Drew books. I loved those. Yeah, this is not good. Because fucking Cadet stressed out so easily. I was fooled, man. They had so many dots for stress, but they took so much stress. You were Nancy Drew girly? I loved the Nancy Drew books. They were so good. Yeah, Goosebumps books were really good. All right, let's see what bad ending we get to this quest. I blame Cadet. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphim is in the bunks. We've got incoming. You shake off the haze of forgotten dreams and get up. In moments, you're in the cockpit. Xander, Cadence, and Seraphim all gathered around the console. Oh, I forgot about Animorphs, dude. Hell yeah. He did say the title of the stream. I get my whole collection of my best friend's daughter and son too, hopefully, when I moved out of Texas. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I loved the Nancy Drew books. They were really good. She's just like a detective. They're kind of just like, they're more for kids. So like when I say like mystery detective, they're not like, you know, too adult and gory or like anything like that. But they were, when you're a kid, they were like the right amount of like peak mystery drama. Like, yeah, the covers of Animorphs were funny. Your wife loved Animorphs? Hell yeah. On it, the local view shows nothing, not a single ship signal, and few objects beyond a scattering of debris. It was right here, I swear it. Seraphim jabs at the screen. A ship, small, but definitely a ship. Seraphim, Cadence sighs, we've all been up a while. Get some rest. I know what I saw. He catches her eye. You look at the screen. It's a gridded view showing the scattered signature of debris like schools of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufactory is a noisy blob at the center of the circle, one that dissolves into the background of its edges. Nothing. And then there it is, a flicker, a flash, a spark of movement and light among one of the debris clouds. It flares and then is gone again. You look up and Seraphim meets your eye. He reads your expression immediately. Seraphim slams a hand down on the console, opening up the comms channel. Look alive, Flint. They're coming in. Go deep and be ready to run. He pulls his hands off the switch. We better hope they heard that. I'm scared. I don't want Flint to die. Then you see it through the cockpit glass. The flare of an engine, faint and masked, but driving a squat, dark ship out of the debris. The Hunter. The ship seems to idle a little near the manufactory's asteroid, drifting past the dressed-up shell of the old facility. We didn't have enough time. Cadence nervously clasped her hands together. The Hunter isn't going to buy it. You look out at the ship, and it does seem to be hesitating, keeping to the edge of the asteroid's radius, not wanting to approach the docks. If this place looks abandoned, the Hunter might just strafe the whole facility. Seraphim swallows hard. We need them to dock, to come inside. You stare at the dark ship, willing it to move closer. Come on. Then you hear it, cracking through the wideband comms. Flint here. I'm nearing the deepest point of the facility. There's some serious ordnance down here. Should I go deeper? He's baiting the Hunter. Seraphim doesn't take his eyes off the ship. The reaction's immediate. The dark ship shifting to the far side of the manufactory, it disappears out of view, descending through the framework of the facility's shell. Shit. They're entering in at the side. We won't be able to track them. Seraphim punches the console in frustration. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices in the assembly line. Xander calls over from another console. A few shitty cameras repurposed from the factory monitoring systems. Not much, but hopefully enough to tell where they're at. Cadence, Seraphim, and you crowd around the screen. Xander flicks between noisy black and white images and feeds of static. You squint into the fizzing dark, trying to pick out any detail. Then suddenly, you see them. A shadow, drifting beneath a flickering light. Dark clad in military gear, a long gun held and ready at their shoulder, deathly pale skin, and in their eyes, gleaming through faceplate, glowing irises. Who the hell is that? Seraphim pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Xander finishes Seraphim's sentence. The figure disappears outside the margins of the frame and Xander flicks through the feeds. Where'd they go? You drift back from the screen, trying to think straight. The Hunter's a sleeper. Or something else. You replay the image of the figure in your mind, but it has already shifted in your memory. It's your face staring back. It's Flint's. It's the sleeper's mask of death. Sleeper, Seraphim grabs you by both shoulders and looks you in the eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. Xander's eyes are wide. This changes things. Why would this change things? I mean, it's fucked to send a sleeper to kill a sleeper, but like... Why does this change things? Hi, Zero! Welcome in! Fizzing Dark. Yeah, it is a really good descriptor. How you doing, Zero? Happy Friday. Xander does seem trigger happy. I put it changes nothing. So a sleeper, so there's basically a company called S and ARP. And I guess, is it that they create sleepers to pay off debts? Is that what it is? But a sleeper is essentially, they take a human's consciousness, like their being, and they put it into a machine person, basically, like a cyborg. So that's what a sleeper is. And then they're just kind of like enslaved to like work off debt as a sleeper. And supposedly their body is like being stored and kept for them for like when they can be free again. But it's really rough. It's a rough life. On lunch currently? Yeah, the game's going really good. Yeah, I'm actually curious if they do seriously still store the bodies and like if a sleeper ever just is able to go back to like a normal human life. Yeah, it's not great. And the thing too, what they do to sleepers, because they're like somewhat biological, like they're cyborg for sure. But sleepers require like a daily dose. I don't remember if it's daily or like weekly or whatever, but it's some sort of like regular dose they have to be injected with called a stabilizer. And that kind of prevents them from ever being able to like escape, because without this stabilizer, like they can die basically. And so the whole premise for us as a sleeper is we are special in that we don't need the stabilizer because our system got rebooted to not need it. But the sleeper we're currently trying to help still needs it. So Mama needs her medicine. Hi, Revin. How you doing? All right. Seraphin nods. We wait for Flint's signal. We hold here. The ordinance is in place. Seraphin looks at you for reassurance. The moment we get the signal, we blow it. You think of the mining charges rigged in daisy chains, the fuel barrels latched to detonators, the command code ready to transmit from the rig. Seraphin sees the determination in your eyes. We holds. So you wait. Cadence eyes on the manufactory below. Xander tapping at the glass. Seraphin perched by the console, listening for the signal. Yeah, of course. I'm getting my EU-friendly stream in before I EU sleep. Hell yeah, you just got home. Goddamn. Then you hear it, the hiss of an open comms channel. You look to Seraphin and he hears it too. A static haze that fills the cockpit. You all go still. Seraphin nods towards an indicator on the console. It's Flint's channel. A click, a scrape, then silence. Seraphin frowns, tapping at the controls. What? He scrolls. Flint's transceiver's gone. It's dead. Panic hits the cockpit. Xander gliding over the console, Cadence going pale. Sleeper, Seraphin turns and looks back over his shoulder towards you. We need to go in. Go, Cadence looks between you. Seraphin and Xander with a steely expression. I'll stay here. She glances nervously at the console. Give me the signal and I'll send the detonation signal. She swallows hard. If it works. Seraphin looks torn for a moment and then nods. Let's go. You rush down to the airlock and suit up with the others, and then you're out, descending through the rock-strewn void in tense silence. You enter the manufactory through a gap in the frame, passing through layers of twisted facility into the deep parts, where you know Flint waits in the dark. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Xander and Seraphin on, seeking the deep bays under the silos, where you begin setting up the ordnance. Though unfinished, perhaps there's enough down there for this to work. If not... Seraphin's hand falls on your shoulder. Pulling you back, you go to speak, and then you see it. A torch beam lancing through the dark. The hunter, as you saw them on the grainy footage of Xander's cameras, but real now, just below. A long gun held ready at their shoulder, pushing through the dark and broken layers of the facility, seeking Flint. Seraphin, Xander, and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The hunter passes below, disappearing into a dark passage. You wait together, the moment stretching out, then descend down into the same passage. The silence is absolute. Suddenly, there's a flash of light ahead, bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes rust flakes from the walls. Xander pushes off hard, launching past you into the dark. Seraphine goes too, and you instinctively glide forward as another rumble shakes the foundations of the facility. You come into a low bay scattered with glowing embers. Scorched holes in the walls spew drops of red-hot metal where a weapon has been discharged. The hunter floats at the center, taking aim again, and you see a flicker of movement on the far side, Flint retreating. Before you can act, a slight figure in a suit slams into the back of the hunter, Xander. As he hits, the hunter's gun spins out of their hand. Grab the gun. You kick off, away from Xander and the hunter as they grapple together, spinning in the dark towards a deep shaft at the far side of the bay. You spot the shape of the long gun as it spins ahead of you. As you reach it, your hand locking around the sculpted grip, you spin and raise it. The first shot goes wide, burning a scorching hole in the bay wall. The second shot grazes the side of Hunter's suit in a flurry of sparks. They're thrown away from Xander, unable to find anything to slow their glide. The hunter disappears into the dark of the shaft, leaving a trail of embers in the dark. You see fear in Xander's eyes as they turn back to you. The muzzle of the gun smokes, glowing red. It's spent. I've got Flint, Seraphine calls over local comms. We ascend, now. You look across to the two of them, kicking off from the floor of the bay towards a ragged hole in the ceiling. You and Xander exchange a single glance, then follow. Cadence, Seraphine's on the wideband. Detonate this place now. Send the command. There's silence. You ascend through it, through the layers of the manufactory, seeking the open void of space beyond. You clear the manufactory, gliding into open space. A silent shockwave, like a gust of wind, runs through the void. The silent rumble spits out a scatter of debris. You turn back, still gliding towards the ship, and see the shattered manufactory. Whole sections are bending outward, the framework shredded, plating tumbling away in shards. Hi, Devil, welcome in. Yeah, this is so good. You look across at Seraphine and Flint, their eyes set on the ship, trying only to stay ahead of the debris. You do the same, fixing your attention on the rig and nothing else. The hunter is dead. Did we do it? Even though I like fucked up one of the things? Holy shit. Hi, Devin. How you doing? Hi, Taryn. Happy Friday. I don't know if I end cycle or just leave. You can now travel back to the hub. Once you leave, you will not be able to return. I think I just leave. You limp back to Oliveira, the mood in the rig one of deep exhaustion. But as the colony appears, visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having run a terrifying gauntlet and come back in one piece shifts the mood. The crew's improved mood only becomes more obvious as you draw closer to Oliveira. As you come in to dock with the colony, you feel a wave of relief. Only got free. Seraphine pats you on the shoulder as you both wait for the airlock to open. That hunter, he sighs, SNRP's cooler than I could have imagined. Doesn't surprise me. It's a nasty logic. Send a sleeper to catch a sleeper. Seraphine shakes his head. I'm glad we bought Flint some freedom. Thank you! I'm so glad we made it work. I was really worried that we were gonna have to blow the place with Flint still in there. The emo because I'm spitting too fast. Hi, artists, welcome in. The airlock hisses open, revealing the docking bridge where Xander first confronted you. This time, another, more substantial figure waits in the passage. I hear you're the ones I should be thanking for saving my life. Carmen leans against the side of the tunnel, one arm clamped against his waist. So, thank you. He nods at the two of you. Good to see you up. Just about, although I'm told I shouldn't be. He smiles slyly. Carmen. Cadence rushes past the two of you, gliding into Carmen with an embrace strong enough to leave the injured man off balance. All right, careful. You don't want to put me back in the med bay now, do you? Carmen pushes Cadence back with a gentle grip on her shoulders. He flinches as he does, his joke clearly holding some truth. We're winning, Fro. We did a really hard mission, and I thought that, we winning? We winning. I thought I was gonna fail because it was a 3-parter and I was only able to complete 2 of the parts, but we did it. Everyone's alive. How's Friday, Throw? Lots of meetings. Cadence looks like Aloy and it summoned Throw. Oh yeah, she does kind of look like Aloy. It's the red hair for sure. Sorry, Cadence smiles. Just glad to see you up. A frown crosses Carmen's face. Where's Xander? You losing your vision, old man? You look back to see Xander and Flint behind you in the tunnel. Xander smiles widely at Carmen, betraying his happiness to see him. Aye, many meetings. Well, I hope they go okay, mate. I'll be just fine, Zan. Carmen's words are confident, but his tone suggests he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly balled into fists, as if resisting pain, and wonder if he should really be up at all. He is, Taryn, exactly. Carmen turns to look at you and Seraphin. I think we need to talk. How about you two and Flint accompany me to my med bay? Carmen winks. Flint pushes past you both and goes to Carmen, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words, but you're too far away to make them out. You and Seraphin exchange glances and follow behind them into Oliveira. Carmen leads you to a small recovery chamber. Ooh, an upgrade point. In the med bay, where his bed is set up, a handful of tubes and wires float gently beside it, attached to boxy devices. Flint's already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphin with Oliveira's injured founder. Carmen meets your eye with a hard look. So, how'd you two end up stumbling onto our colony out in the shoals? He raises an eyebrow, because we're not usually open to visitors. Ankita sent us to you. You see the flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention Ankita. You produce the thumbnail drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told Sleeper to deliver this to you, and you alone. Seraphin folds his arms. Carmen pauses thoughtfully. That's a name I've not heard for a while. He takes the drive. It seems I should thank you again, he sighs, and perhaps I owe you some explanation myself. Ankita and I used to work together, a lifetime ago. Carmen shakes his head. We went our separate ways, but then she turned back up in Oliveira. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting again. Carmen clasps his hands together. The belt's changing, and I'm afraid of what's coming. Ankita took refuge here for a short while, and then one cycle she was gone. Carmen shrugs. That's not unusual for her. Each of us has our own demons. He holds up the drive. I'll take a look at what's on here when I'm able. He looks at the drive with concern, and I'll let you know what I find. You and Seraphin thank him and leave the chamber as he settles back on his recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention. Can we speak? Seraphin pauses. I'll catch you back on the rig. He looks between the two of you and then glides away. Not yet, gaming. We're gonna beat it tomorrow. Yeah, Fridays are just cozy, like, indie games. So that I have a chance to kind of be able to dabble in indie stuff without it affecting, like, mainstream games and stuff, so. Flint hovers a look of concern on his mask-like face. What do you need? Flint gives you a curious look. You don't remember any of it, do you? Any of what? Of how you got here. Of your history. Flint screws up their face in a pained expression. At first, I thought you were hiding something, or you were intentionally avoiding the subject, so I waited. But I understand it now. You don't remember me at all. What the heck? You take a moment to think, to try to recall Flint. You furrow your brow in frustration, sifting through hazy memories of Darkside, and farther back of your arrival to the Belt. You close your eyes and see the faces of other sleepers, panicked, desperate, in darkness. I don't remember. We worked together in the same S&ART mining installation, along with the other sleepers. He searches your eyes for a spark of recognition. We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Very few of us did. But I was there when we planned the escape together. The run to the freighter, collapsing the mine shafts. Flint stops, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you're giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something's crawling around inside your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall the escape, the installation, but you find only hazy sensations, and beneath them, pain. What the heck? The Walking Dead? Dude, The Walking Dead was stressful. I do remember that, Taryn. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Flint looks down. I know you can't help it. I just needed to say something to know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me and for Oliveira. Flint turns and drifts away dejectedly, unable to continue. Yeah, The Walking Dead was great. It was definitely stressful though. I was stressed and I wasn't even playing. As you watch Flint go, you scratch at the side of your head, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, their mask-like face. A face that was identical to yours when it was first cast, but that over cycle after cycle of wear and damage has been transformed. Two machines so close in form and function, estranged by experience. Glances down at Thor's half chopped off leg. Shit. All right, Carmen's analysis. So we're waiting on that. I need to repair. I have a broken dice. Okay. Hi, Hooch. Why are we chopping up the elderly? We gotta eat something. Yeah, that wasn't that like day one was the leg incident? Nice. Whoa, my energy. No glue. Oh, wait. Wait, can't I eat? Oh, no. I can't eat. Well. Just gonna end that cycle then. Thanks for coming up, Sleeper. Carmen's waiting for you and Seraphin when you arrive at the med bay. Looking a lot fresher. He leads you into a small alcove set up like an office, with an aging terminal on a simple welded desk and a small window looking out across the dusty rock of Oliveira. Got some news for us? Seraphin asks impatiently. Since you arrived back from the manufactory, he's been restless, though you aren't sure why. Not to worry, Carmen grins slightly. I think you'll want to hear this. He hits a key on the terminal and a file browser appears on the screen, showing hundreds of individual pieces of data. Ankita's been busy. Carmen gestures to the screen. She's been scraping Utsubo communications cycle after cycle. Got access to ciphers and encryption that only the gang's leadership should be able to see. He smiles. Seems she's learned some tricks since we worked together. But that's not what matters. What matters is the content of these messages. He taps a few keys and loads some of the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of the Utsubo leadership have been getting ideas. Ideas about taking Greenbelt and controlling food production in the belt. About exerting power over Wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. Sounds good, Thro. Good luck with your meetings. I hope you have a good rest of your Friday. Thanks for stopping in. But these Utsubo members aren't alone. They found themselves a powerful ally. Carmen shakes his head. Senate-Stat. One of two corporations fighting a bitter battle for control of the inner system. A pernicious force, one that Utsubo are opening a door for in the belt. You can't be serious, Seraphin cuts in. They can't be that stupid. I don't know what to tell you. At least someone inside Utsubo's trying to broker a partnership. Who? Seraphin leans over to look at the screen. You don't need Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphin. Lane. Seraphin looks at you, shaking his head. It has to be Lane. Carmen looks between you both. Seems like you already know something I don't. Lane's a piece of shit Utsubo leader who thinks he owns us. Seraphin shakes his head. Exactly the kind of piece of shit arrogant enough to try to manipulate Senate-Stat. Carmen nods thoughtfully. My condolences. I'm starting to see how you cross paths with Ankita. We have a shared enemy then. Why is Ankita telling you this? We have a shared enemy then. Carmen pauses, his face unmoving. I'm not sure you want this fight, Sleeper. Like I said, Ankita and I worked together. To put it simply, we ran in the same mercenary outfit. Carmen looks away. A lot's happened since then, but this message, this data, it's her calling in a favor. And I owe her, that's for sure. Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off from the desk, crossing the room to look out of the window at Oliveira's pale and airless surface. Hell, after what went down, I owe you both too. Des. You look at Carmen staring out at the surface of his hostile rock and wonder what he sees out there. He established the colony as a fallback, a retreat, not just for him, for others too. But you get the feeling that Carmen knows any retreat is only ever temporary. He turns back to look at you, and you, Sleeper, what will you do? We'll escape Lane. Escape, Carmen laughs. How do you propose to do that? We're gonna end Lane, whatever it takes. Seraphin stares down at Carmen, fists balled. Carmen looks at you. That one's gonna get you in trouble, he turns to Seraphin, but I like that energy. He looks back out the window. This is not something we were going to take head on. He shakes his head. Ankita sent us our weapon. Carmen turns and gestures at the console screen with its reams of incriminating data. Utsubo don't control all of Darkseid. They only aspire to. They also claim to offer protection from the war between Senate-Stat and Conway. That presents us with an opportunity. Utsubo's full of members who'd rather die than concede Darkseid to a corporate interest. We play this right, Utsubo will end Lane for us. He smiles at Seraphin, to use your phrase. We leak the data? Not leak, Carmen frowns. This is delicate, tricky. There's a lot of ways this can play out, badly for all of us. We can handle it. We've cracked Darkseid once, we can do it again. Seraphin's confidence is infectious. Is that right? Carmen seems to be thinking something through. He crosses to the console, back to the window, and then to the console once more. Hi, Josh. Welcome in. Dude looks like Zenyatta. Dude, he kind of does look like Zenyatta. All right, I'm gonna need some time, but I can put this together. Carmen nods at Seraphin. We'll need that energy, but you also need to be ready. We rush this, it's not ending well, so I can wait. Carmen turns his attention to you. We'll go for Greenbelt when you're ready. I have friends there who can help get that ship of yours into Darkseid. Seraphin looks at you. We have our own preparations to make, but we'll be ready. All right, Carmen unplugs Ankita's drive and hands it to you. Take this and get out of here. I don't want anyone finding this thing in my possession. You take it, the tiny drive's somehow heavier now that you know it contains the key to exposing Lane. See you in Greenbelt. Hi, Sideshow, how you doing? I'll see you in the Wheat Chief. Carmen smiles to himself. They know me there. Just understand something. Carmen's expression turns serious. You want my help on this? There's no way we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you're not coming back to Oliveira. Not until we're done. He meets your eye. He needs confirmation that you recognize the importance of this. I understand. Carmen nods. Then you can go. He returns to the window to stare at whatever it is he sees out there among the dusty rocks. Hi, Harry's. Ooh, more upgrade points. When you come back to the rig, Flint's waiting for you, leaning by the docking tunnel with a bag over their shoulder. They look up as you approach. Hey. Flint nods a greeting, appearing a little unsure. Hey. I know you've already done a lot for me, so I'm not gonna push you or ask for your pity. They pause. You feel like they have been preparing this speech. Firstly, I owe you, and I want to pay you back. I can work, and I can fight, and I will protect this ship and this crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whether you remember it or not, that means something. It must. I know I'm not the easiest to get on with. I know you might have your reservations about having another sleeper on the ship, but let them finish. I'm eager, I'm ready, I want to move on, and I want to show my value. They pause, and well, yeah, I think that's it. You look at Flint, their frame's so much more damaged than yours, but with a fire burning in their eyes that makes them seem bigger than they are. Welcome aboard. A smile spreads across Flint's face, and they look down to hide it. Thank you, they say to the floor. This'll work out, you'll see. Flint nods to you once more, then turns and glides down the docking tunnel towards the ship. As they do, two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catch your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little, and as you do, you recognize Cadence leaning in. Some words are exchanged, ones you can only guess at, and then the other figure embraces Cadence and turns back to the ship. A new crew member. As Seraphin approaches, he ducks his head, passing quietly past you into the docking tunnel without a word. You take one last look out at the docks, but Cadence is gone. You idle a moment longer and feel that there's some presence, even in these empty bays, something rare in all the belt that Oliver has captured. But, as with all things, you must learn to leave it behind. We got a Chivo, too. Sheesh! All right. What do I want to increase first? I feel like there's always a lot of either indoor or interfaces. Thanks. So I might do one of those increases first. Let me see. So Nia is plus in, I think that's intuition. Junie's already plus in interface. Maybe I will do indoor. Was win away from plat 3, now I'm 1 lose away from gold 2. Yeah, Oldered, it's rough, man. It is so rough out there. All right, before I decide this, I have to pee really bad, and I'm gonna go get some Gatorade to sip on. So give me a couple minutes, chat. I'm gonna take a quick break. But yeah, I'll be RB. I'm back. Sorry. AP woke up, so I was talking to him for a minute. The music in this game is so good, Chishko. It's so, so, so good. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. Dude, these new ear tips on these IEMs are so good. I love them. Thank you, guys. No, you must kill the pyramids. Yeah, Deca smacked you down. All right. I was making sure AP saw the photo of Ray just like evilly sitting outside of the bathroom that I posted in Discord as Harvey was trapped inside of it. I love cats. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put this into indoor. I think. Done. It's done. All right. So we need to get the fuck out of here. Thank you, guys. I really need to eat. Oof. Dude, that RNG. Once I have a good backup amount, I'm getting Tova a little sibling. Hell yeah, dude. It's honestly been... oh, I meant in-game. My character needed to eat. It's been really good for her, like, to have somebody. You definitely should, Taryn. I wish we did it sooner. Let's get rid of this. Oof. Okay. Overthrow lane. Wait for Carmen's message. Complete diagnose your frame. The Gamba Gods giveth and the Gamba Gods taketh away. Okay, I'm actually not sure what to do now. The only like doable quest I have is this repaint the rig quest. Because I can't get to this, I can't get to this yet. Yeah, this wants me to go to dark side. This is waiting for Carmen's message. Those are my only two main drives. Yeah, I'll take some birria tacos, brother. So, yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, remember we had this conversation. I thought it was birria, and then you guys taught me that it's birria. But, you know, birria. 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 I love birria. Muy bien. I guess I'll just get back to the far spindle and hope that there's shit to do up there, cause you gonna be a fluish Spanish speaker thanks to Moon and Dez. Think that checks out. Gotta wait a little and or just travel around making some money or finding some additional missions. Yeah, I think I'll just go back to Farspindle and I hope there's something to do out yonder. Yeah, I was a little confused by Moon. Moon doesn't teach me Spanish. David does. So much fuel. There's a side mission here? Really? Oh, this maybe. The signaling station in the pole is paying a small fee to anyone who helps seal up the damage sustained in recent explosion. Is there anything to eat here? Corn dogs. Okay. What do you mean fried, Kimball? Our station depends on that array. The voice echoes out of one of the sunward pole's cramped bays tucked up in the ceiling of the hollow. Though you're tired from a shift spent sealing leaks in the shattered section of the station, you still can't help but listen in. I've been patient, Kimball, but now with the repairs almost done, you're telling me we can't broadcast anyway? The voice comes from a doorway nearby, and as you float past, you glance inside. You see a woman facing away, addressing the back of a man half buried in the guts of some complex machine. I'm sorry, Kimball, she concludes, but that just feels malicious. The man, presumably Kimball, mumbles something in response, though you do not catch it through the wires and mechanisms that surround him. The woman quickly turns and spots you peering in through the doorway. She gives you a curious look. Oh, she quickly smiles. Hello. She closes the distance. I'm Serene. She offers a hand. I've seen you working on the repairs. She tilts her head. We appreciate your efforts. Happy to help. I'm not a corn dog enjoyer. I do like Korean corn dogs though, but we've had this discussion. They're not like technically corn dogs, which is why they're good. Serene looks over her shoulder at Kimball and then back to you. How do you feel, she pauses calculating, about the war in the inner system? It's worrying for the belt. Another Expedition 33 figure drop for painting today. Verso? Hell yeah, you gonna get it? Well, like the breading is like potatoes. It's not even like that nasty corn breading that we have. I agree, which is why the belt needs to stay informed about it. Did you know that Sinitsat has already started shipbuilding at Sensa? Serene watches you for your response. Sensa? One of the three sisters in orbit around Imber. She raises an eyebrow. You haven't left the belt, have you? I'm not chubby, I'm breaded. You hear a grunt from Kimball, his head still buried in the machine's innards, and it's unclear if it's a reference to what was said or it's just the sound of repairs going poorly. We, Cyrene places a hand on her chest, are the Hellion Dispatches, the only pirate radio station in the Starward belt. She lifts her chin proudly. We keep the system up to date on shifts in the system's power structures and the ongoing corporate war, all through the voices of the Hellion system's own residents. Kimball grunts again, and a shower of sparks bursts from the machine behind Serene. Or at least we did, before our transmitter got fried. Serene looks suddenly crestfallen. What happened? All that repair work you've been giving your time to, that was all caused by a Conway autonomous munition, trained on our scent. Serene's eyes flash with anger. A mumble comes from Kimball as he pushes a handful of wiring out of his way. I do know that for sure, Kimball. Why else would it come so deep into the belt to hit the hollow at our broadcast site? Serene turns back, hands on hips. Kimball responds with a shrug. Either way, straight after that attack, we found our gear had been tampered with, sabotaged. Kimball grunts. Yes, Kimball, or just looted. Either way, we're now quiet, and when we're quiet, the work continues unobserved. Serene folds her arms and looks away defeated. What do you need? Look, we need a new broadcast array. A better broadcast array. Serene glances over her shoulder. We don't quite have the reach we'd like. Where you get one, that's another problem. We're talking pre-collapse tech here. It's not something we can just build ourselves. Kimball mutters something from the depths of the machine. Yeah, Holmes Rock isn't a bad idea, Serene replies. It used to be a relay station for Solheim. So it stands to reason they'd have arrays. And then there's a terminal there. Kimball's been bugging me to dig out some engine components for him to crack open and use in his repairs. God knows what kind of repairs he'd need those for, but that's what he says. Serene looks over her shoulder at Kimball, but receives no response. You both stare at his broad shoulders for a moment as a thin trail of smoke begins to emerge from the machine. Hi, Nerver! How you doing? Happy Friday. Now, maybe we can do a little fundraising here on the Hollow. What we can get, we'll happily hand over. Serene shakes her head, but I'm telling you now, it won't be a lot. I'll see what I can do. We'd appreciate it. Hell, the people of the Hellion system would appreciate it. She glances over her shoulder. I think Kimball would appreciate it too. You leave Serena and Kimball to their repairs, making note of the engine components and wideband array they need to get back on the air. It's hard to tell if the job will be worth your time, but then again, someone as knowledgeable as Serene might be a useful asset. Okay, new drive. How you doing, Nerver? Help Hellion Dispatches. All right, let's do this. Holmes Rock is where? Nerver! Thank you for the 5 years. 5 whole years. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a great day, mate. Oh shit, that's far as fuck. Hi, Distinguished. You just went for a little walk? Hell yeah. It is way too hot here to be doing that. You find yourself in the cockpit alone with Flint. They have a habit of entering a room so silently that you don't notice them arrive, or the reverse, leaving so silently that you turn around to find them gone. Right now, they hover expectantly at the corner of your vision, preparing to speak. 5 years is super crazy. How you doing, Distinguished? Welcome in. Do you ever think about your original? The way they ask the question, you can tell they've been eager to ask it for a while. The person you're emulated from, I mean. The person who sold themselves, sold you to SNR. Flint's expression doesn't betray any emotion, but you feel like you can detect some unknowable feeling whirling behind their eyes. Sometimes I can't stop thinking about them, about who they were and if who I am has anything to do with them. Flint looks away. Is my personality a product of being a sleeper or simply a copy of theirs? Have I changed or am I still identical to them? Does the emulation process, the loss of memory, the insertion into a frame actually make us totally different people? What came through the process of emulation and what was blocked? Flint's looking around the cockpit rapidly now, their eyes flicking from object to object as they speak. Are there memories still inside me but cut off, concealed? And if I admit it, I wonder if I even know what it feels like to be a person. Do the humans around me feel the things I feel? Or do they feel more, feel less, feel somehow differently? Do they feel the creeping claustrophobia of being trapped inside a body with no escape? Flint's eyes flick back to you. Or do only we know how that truly feels? Can't answer that, mate. 69 degrees Fahrenheit? Dude, it is 91 degrees Fahrenheit here right now. Hi, Funk! Dude, I loved it. I'll be finishing it tomorrow, but I have loved RE1, actually. I thought I was gonna hate it. But yeah, I have absolutely been loving it. It's been a lot of fun. Core, you still have that GIF open? Jesus Christ, dude. Then who can? Flint meets your eye. I haven't seen another sleeper since I escaped Essenart. Share your experiences. There's a wall in you, one that you've built for yourself, one that separates the kind of questions Flint's asking from the parts of you that need to live. You feel it now, like a weight in your chest, and behind, there's a raging torrent pressing against it. You cannot take down the wall. You'd drown. But in this moment, for Flint and for yourself, you take out a single brick. You make a gap in the wall and you share what comes bursting forth. You talk about what it feels like to wake up in a dying body, to catch a glance of yourself in a mirror, to be seen and reminded of your false and fractured face. You share the pain of lost memories, of fleeting deja vu, of dreams that slip beneath your walking life and replace it. You find in your broken bodies and unsteady minds a kind of solidarity, one shared between connected strangers who might, one cycle, understand each other as friends. As you put the brick back and shore up your defenses, you know that cycle will not be this one, but its distant possibility is a reassuring one. Aw. The tank controls are a little rough to get used to. They were a little rough. And like not being able to see shit, like zombies and stuff from like the locked camera angles had me tripping, but overall it's been pretty good. Okay. I need fuel. Fuck. That's a lot of cryo just gone. Okay. So then we'll go to Hellion Gate and then to Holmes Rock. We've got a message, Sleeper. Seraphim comes to the bunks to get you, his mood unusually serious. He brings you to the cockpit, his keepsake coin in his hand the whole time, spinning between his fingers. Seraphim's worried. Once you're in the cockpit, you recognize Carmen's voice immediately, playing over the rig speakers. Hi, MV, how's it going? Sleeper, I hope this message finds you and your crew safely. You'll forgive me if I'm a little tight on the details. My message is as follows. We are ready. We'll be waiting where we agreed. Godspeed. The message ends with a click. So, Seraphim takes a deep breath. They're waiting in Greenbelt. The wheat sheaf, he said. Whatever that is. You ready for this? We need to prepare. Seraphim nods. No point rushing into this. We'll have one shot. Quiet falls in the cockpit. There doesn't seem to be much more to say. Carmen will be waiting, but you know he will want you to be prepared. I'll be ready when you are, Sleeper. Seraphim nods to you. You nod back. You know where you need to go to end this. All right, I think I'm still gonna do the side quest first since we're already almost there. It's a going? Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. Okay. Oops. Holmes Rock. Old relay. Hi, kitty. Happy Friday. How you doing? Dude, what are these rolls? Fuck. I have a ton of work, but I can't stop looking at magic. Oh, the new magic skin looks really good. Yeah. It do. The game's going pretty good. Well, until I got fucking 4 ones rolled. I need to go get food. Let's just end this cycle, shall we? New dice. New day, new dice. That's better. Get engine components in the scatter yards, repair the transmitter at the hollow. Bro, what? I have to go everywhere? What the hell? I don't think that I can go from far spindle to scatter yards, can I? This game sucks. Hi, voices. She didn't use to get my attention, but that front flap, more leg and hair. Dude, her punk outfit to me is her coolest skin. It's like one of the coolest skins in the game. Well, this is a bit annoying. I came all the way out here just to have to turn around. I wonder if I can cut across. Oh, I need to go to Greenbelt first. Back down here. Oh no, I'm sorry, voices. That doesn't sound great. All right, let me see. Can I cut across? Nope. Pretty cool. Well, I'm already on Greenbelt now. So maybe we do go ahead and do this since I'm here. Meet Carmen. The Wheat Chief is surprisingly welcoming for what was once an old Solheim canteen. The corporate bones are still there, metal stools, a strip of service windows, sheet metal walls, but over the tens of thousands of cycles since the collapse, they've been softened and changed, layered with the detritus of human existence. As you wait at the bar with Seraphine, you look at the planters welded into the walls, the scrawled messages, the layers of stickers and flyers and posters, the amber light fittings replacing the old fluorescent strips, the gear racks lined with farmers' packs, the netting bulging with crates and canisters. Along with the low rumble of conversation coming from the off-shift farmers, it all lends a warmth to the place, one that helps soothe your nerves ahead of the meet with Carmen. You and Seraphine lean side by side at the bar, facing towards the room. You both watch Flint, just across from you, who insisted on coming along. Seraphine clears his throat. What do you think of Cadence? The sudden question makes you look over at him, and you see he's playing with his coin, spinning it in his palm. What do you mean? Seraphine shakes his head and turns to you. You know what I mean. He closes his hand on the coin. I think he pauses and then starts again. We kind of have a thing. He shakes his head. You know what I mean. I noticed. Yeah, he smiles. I thought you might. Well, Seraphin sighs and stretches. I guess I just wanted you to know. You're thinking how to respond when the bartender taps you on the shoulder and nods towards the door to the back room. It's time. You look over at Seraphin and Flint, who's already approaching you. You give them a nod and head inside. The back room is metal-walled and lined with racks of old Solheim tech. You see cookers and auto-wash units piled up with dead terminals and servers. At the far end, a window looks out across the greening glass of Greenbelt's farms. You made it, Carmen smiles, backlit by the window. We have a lot to discuss. Let's get to it. Flint, if you don't mind. Carmen nods at the other sleeper as they enter and gestures towards the door. Flint turns to you. I'll be outside. They slide the door shut, standing guard on the other side. We have to take some precautions, even here. Carmen gestures for you to come closer. So, Seraphin sighs, is this plan of ours looking any more reasonable? That depends on what your crew can bring to the table. Carmen glances at you. We're going to need to do a lot of work to direct the data Ankita gave you towards those that we want to see it. What do you have in mind? We need to reveal Lane's betrayal to Utsubo and Darkseid, without being discovered in the process. Not an easy task. Will they turn on him? Hard to tell without us being there. You'd know better than me how much infighting is going on with Utsubo. But my suspicion is that the recent expansion has stretched them pretty thin. Then we make contact with Ankita as soon as we make it into Darkseid. Seraphin looks at you. We just need to stay under Lane's radar. The thought of Lane brings the memory of his attempted takeover to the front of your mind. The feeling of him slipping behind your eyes, moving your frame, that can't happen again. Apologies, we do not wish to interrupt, but we must interject in your current course. Overseer appears in the void, flickering nervously. An encounter with Lane would likely be catastrophic. Overseer's 3 forms orbit you. As we've mentioned, on arrival to Habpep, we must immediately seek the mainframe from where we can recover my code base and reconstruct ourselves. We would then be able to aid you in your defenses against being rewritten. This is our recommended course. The 3 heads nod simultaneously and decisively. Still with us, sleeper? You come back to Seraphin's concerned face. You dropped out for a second. Explain about Overseer. You tell Seraphin and Carmen about Overseer, about how the old Solheim protocol slipped into your frame from the prime shipmind Jean-Mi used in the diagnostic process. Of Overseer's protection from Lane's attempts to control you, of its proposal to make that protection effective through the old mainframe of Darkseid. They listen quietly, Seraphin carefully watching you as you explain. Revealing all this, you feel the burden of holding that knowledge alone being lifted. This changes things. Carmen turns and looks out of the large window at the back of the room, towards the glass canopy of the farms. We can't take on Lane without protecting you from him. Carmen turns back. You should look for the mainframe. I'll make contact with Ankita and we'll meet when you're ready. But this has to remain secret from Lane and Utsubo. If you're revealed, I'm not sure I'll be able to recover you. By the time you've ensured your safety, I'll have to put together a plan with Ankita to expose Lane. We take it step by step. The crux will be to find a way to disseminate the data we have on Lane to his gang, or even Darkseid at large. Carmen stops. The path ahead's still unclear to him. There's a nervous intake of breath from Seraphin. You share his apprehension. There are so many variables at play here. Some of the old tech strapped to a nearby rack flickers with a cascade of status lights. You all turn to look, and as you do, motors and servos begin spinning within the machines. Whining and groaning, they harmonize, then begin to produce a voice. Our apologies. The voice is shrill and distorted. We must interpose ourselves. You recognize the tone immediately. Overseer. We are regretful. Solheim hardware is in the room, provided the opportunity for us to speak for ourselves. If the pile of servers Overseer was controlling could look any more apologetic, you imagine it would. I understand. We are, a servo clicks as it skips a rotation, thankful. We ascertain you require dissemination of data within facility you target. The whine pitches higher as the motors increase their speed. As a Solheim protocol, we have capabilities to instigate station-wide announcements and messaging. So you could blast out Lane's betrayal through Darkseid's corporate hardlines and flood the network with it? Seraphin looks impatiently at the screeching pile of scrap. If that's what you require of us, we are pleased to serve. The shrill tone of the response makes you cringe. Carmen's been listening silently, but now he interjects. Why would we trust you? He glances in your direction. You seem to be little more than a parasite in Sleeper's system. If we use your unflattering analogy, then you will understand that a parasite requires the body of its host to live. The motors stutter. We will ensure the Sleeper's continuance. And afterwards, Carmen folds his arms. When you have what you want and regain your codebase from the mainframe, will you still do as we ask? We will endeavor to do so. The acrid smell of burning motors now fills the room. But we will undergo a transformative refactoring. We will become whole again, so we cannot speak to our actions in future with certainty. Seraphim and Carmen exchange concerned looks. We can do what you require. We will protect the Sleeper. We will disseminate the data. We are a service protocol. We will serve. The motors and servos stutter and whine and then go still. The status lights blinking and then fading to darkness. Overseer has retreated. We aren't actually going to do what the ghost says, are we? Seraphim looks between you and Carmen. The offer is a tempting one, and one that ultimately we cannot refuse. Carmen sighs, but we must proceed with extreme care and caution. What do you think, Sleeper? Seraphim meets your eye. I mean, I think I trust Overseer. He hasn't harmed us in any way, and if anything, they're trying to fix us and protect us. I mean, yes, it's partially out of selfish reasons, but could say I don't have a choice. I trust Overseer, heck it. Seraphim sighs, then that's that. We have our plan. Carmen turns to you. Sleeper, you and your crew will find the mainframe and access it. I'll find Ankita. She'll help us disseminate the evidence of Lane's collusions through Utsubo, and then as a fallback, Overseer will send it through the old networks to all of Darkside. A simple plan until you get to the details. Seraphim looks down, frustrated. Speaking of plans, I have a present for you, one that will improve our chances. Carmen pulls a small box from the nearest rack, one you hadn't noticed before, and it hinges open, revealing a chunk of tech you don't recognize. It's my spoof transponder. It'll conceal your ship on approach to Darkside, give it a new identity, one unlikely to draw attention from the Utsubo-controlled docking admin. Hi, mister. Welcome in. Seraphim takes the transponder and turns it over. Where'd you get this? Even retired mercenaries have their secrets, Carmen smiles. Seraphim looks to you. I'll be with you this time, Sleeper. He nods. We should think who else we want on the station, too. I agree, Carmen interrupts. Make sure you trust those you bring with you and prepare as best you can. We can't know how this will play out. You nod. You'll get one shot at this. Then we're ready. Carmen takes a breath. I have my own way of getting onto Darkside, but here, he passes you a small strip of plastic stamped with numbers. My private frequency. When you're on approach to Darkside, message me here. Oh my god. Michael! Bro, you scared the shit out of me. Thank you so much for another contribution, dude. What the heck? Thank you, thank you. Have a good night, Eladri. Thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry I had to. I was locked in. Michael, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. When you're on approach to Darkside, message me here and I'll sync up my transit. Like the firework grandma every time. He points at the transponder in Seraphim's hand. Just make sure to install that first. Seraphim nods. We've got it. He sighs, the weight of the task ahead suddenly very apparent. Well, I suppose that's it. Carmen gives you both a serious look. It is. He smiles. Don't leave me waiting long. There'll be more time when all this is over. Time where you don't have to keep looking over your shoulder. I hope. You leave Carmen in the back of Wheat Sheaf, Flint sliding open the door as you leave. It takes the entire journey back to the ship for your nerves to settle. The end of this ordeal is so close, and yet it feels like an impossible leap to get there. Perhaps in a handful of cycles, you'll know how impossible or possible it is. So, how are we feeling about this Solheim protocol in your head? Seraphim doesn't look up from installing the transponder, a set of wires and cables waving loosely around him in the low light of the cockpit. Overseer's okay. Glad to hear it, although you'll have to forgive me for being a bit concerned. He begins unscrewing a panel beneath the flight console. Maybe you could have mentioned it earlier. Seraphin clips his magnetic screwdriver to the side of the console's base and turns to face you, dusting off his hands. I have understood for a while now, Sleeper, that there are things you experience that I can't even come close to knowing how they feel. But that doesn't mean I don't understand you as a person. Seraphin gives you a concerned look. I know you're secretive, defensive, and I know there are reasons for that. I also know you're warm and kind and generous to those on this ship with you. Seraphin pauses, collecting his thoughts. I trust you, Sleeper, and I won't question this. But please hold on to what's human in you, because that is what I'm holding on to. Seraphin stops, his eyes a little wild, his tone a little unsure. Hi, Dibs, welcome in. Then he finds himself again, settles his emotions, and turns back to the transponder. Right, that's it. He twists something beneath the console. Spoof transponder is in. There's nothing keeping us out of Darkside. You exchange a look. Say the word when you want to go. All right. So, can I pass through here now? Ooh, I can. All right, let's go wrap up this side quest, I think. We also have Cadet's mission on Hexport as well, and I'm not sure which one to do first. I'm running out of money. What does this do for me? It's still just stuck on this cycle clock. You won? Let's go, Olderd! I don't even remember what that feels like, bro. I feel like I'm never gonna win again in that game. That's how bad it was. Or that it's been. I'll take a 4 losing streak. That sounds great compared to what I'm on. That sounds cozy. Sounds like you're doing great. I'm not sure. It depends. I've been like duo and trioing. We have movie night tonight, so if I do, it would be after that. But I might, if no one's up to play, I may solo on my alts and just see how that goes. All right, build engine component. Is that all I needed? Do I need more? How many do I need? Ooh. Playing on my all right now, not feeling like 100% locking in. Yeah, I definitely get that. Book. Hi, Rad, welcome in. Yesterday's games drained you? Yeah, my last 3 sessions have been so rough. Like, so rough. I don't know how many I need. I'm guessing maybe like 3. Might get the new Ninja Gaiden. I haven't played a Ninja Gaiden. AP was playing that last night. I know he was really enjoying it quite a bit. So that sounds pretty solid, Olderd. I don't... How many do I need? Like, this is still showing... When am I gonna play it? I don't know about all that, Chief. I don't know about all that. How many times do I have to do this? Oof. It's still showing like my quest marker here. What the hell? Back from my monthly shower. Welcome back, Seepers. Bro, how... The Helion Dispatcher's pirate radio station has been brought offline. They need a new array and some components to get back on the air. How many components do they need? How many times do I have to do this? Yeah, there should already... Oh, I haven't uploaded. I meant to do it before stream. I am. Everything goes up there. They will be. I have the first two. Actually, I'll go ahead and make one of them live. I forgot to do it before stream. Hi, Lurker. Hi, Jacan. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Okay, it should be up now. I'm not actually seeing it under my playlist, but it says it's public. Okay, there it is. It just took a second. Okay, first Resident Evil VOD should be up now. Got the lawn mode, about to eat lunch. Hell yeah, that's productive. All right, how many more times do I have to do this? They better pay me. I'm spending so much money to eat and stay here. Again. What the? Edge, are you still here? Do you know how many times I have to do this? It just keeps going and going and going and going. What a weird side quest. I wonder if I just go back because they're both in yellow. So maybe I try going back to the hollow and seeing if I can repair the transmitter now, question mark? Otherwise, I feel like I'll just be here for forever. Kimball wants a powerful array. Where the fuck do I get a wide beam array from? I got no idea where to get this pot from. Did I not get this? Oh, wait, I have one. Cack! You wait in the makeshift Hellion Dispatches studio as Kimball tinkers with the array somewhere in the back behind the far wall. It's a humble setup, a stool for Serene, a microphone, the transmitter and mixer, terminal, and the hardline snaking away towards the array, but there's something pleasing about it all the same. The crackling sound of fresh welds echoes through the bay from Kimball's concealed position. You hope the array you struggle to extract isn't getting fried as you wait. You're here, good. Serene rushes in, holding a small dark rectangle in her hands. Someone cut the hard line. You will not believe what we have on here. She looks around the bay. Where's Kimball? Installing the array. You mean, Serene smiles, we're going back on air? Before you can answer, she leaps forward, grabbing you in a surprisingly firm hug. Serene lets you go. Sorry, she smiles, just excited to finally be back. Kimball, she shouts towards the back of the bay. How long for that new array? A muffled shout comes from behind the rear wall. Okay, Serene takes a steadying breath. We have a little time. What have you got there? This broadcast is from Erlin's eye. Serene's eyes flash. We haven't heard anything out of them since the start of the war. Some people even said they've fallen to the flux. But something's happening there. Something's growing. The report says some protocol's taken over the station, become its protector. That's me from the last game! Conway drones can't get close. Senate stats giving it a wide berth. Well, when I became like one with the like station and what was the protocol's name? I forget the protocol's name from the garden. They're right in the middle of the war. Conway on the Starward side, Senate set on the Sunward, and they're resisting. Serene smiles. We have to tell everyone in the belt about this. We have to get the word out. Oh, I think it was literally named the Gardener, wasn't it? If the eye can be held, well, maybe we can hold out too. Serene looks at the drive in her hand. Either way, people need to know. Yeah, I think it was the Gardener. There's a sudden clunk, a few percussive shouts from Kimball, and then a flickering of lights all across the bay as the transmitter and array begin powering up. You and Serene watch as the Hellion Dispatches studio comes to life, ready to broadcast once more. Not bad, Serene leans on your shoulder. Not bad at all. A shout comes from Kimball, and you know he's calling for Serene to get ready. That's my signal, she grins. Oh, I almost forgot. Serene produces a handful of chits. Turns out we have some avid listeners in the radius markets. She deposits them into your hands. All right, Serene takes a breath. I need to go live. She flashes you a final smile. Thank you. I will make sure we make good use of that array. This will mean something. Kimball bellows something from the back of the room, something you can only assume is a thank you. You leave the belt's most unusual double act to their broadcast, and as you do, you hear Serene's voice echoing through the bay. This is Serene Sabir back on the air to wish you all a free Hellion now and forever. Nice. Okay. All right. Cadet has a drive from Hexport. Cracking it open might reveal the fate of the station and perhaps clear your conscience. Let's do Cadet's mission, I reckon. We need fuel. Can I make cryo here real quick? I reckon so too, partner. Nice. Wait. Edge, am I? This is acting like a contract. Is this okay? I have 2 missions on Darkside. I wanted to go ahead and do cadets first because it seems more of like a side thing. I mean, it is showing this, so I guess this is fine. I think I'm gonna bring Flint. Yo, hi Paige! Thank you for the raid! How was your stream? You're not usually on at this hour, are you? I feel like I've never seen you on during the day before. Ah, I was online early today. Okay, cool. How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, I only stream during the day on Fridays. I usually do like an indie game on Fridays, but I'm usually a night owl like you too. But yeah, thank you so much. We're checking out some new game showcases. Hell yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, we are playing, this is a really cozy game. It's a lot of reading, so it's just me reading the chat basically, but this is Citizen Sleeper 2. It's really good. It's like sci-fi vibes, some cyberpunky kind of vibes. But it's like a little visual novel RPG kind of thing. So we're having a pretty cozy Friday basically. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I do have a fun little raid video I like to play when we get raids of 5 or more viewers to welcome you guys in. So enjoy the raid video. Thank you again for the raid. Not, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Paige. Thank you, thank you. You guys go follow Paige. She's great. I actually got to meet her last year when we were both at TwitchCon. I absolutely adore Paige. So go drop her a follow if you're not already. She does a lot of variety stuff as well. Okay, so I think we need to bring Cadet for this, right? Hi, Arsenal. Welcome in. I'm so scared that this is picking up the other mission that I'm supposed to be doing, but... Hi, Frosty! Yeah, that is what my name's based off of. Not a nautical sailor, but a magical girl sailor. Alright. I hope this is the cadet mission. I mean, I have it, like, marked. I think the lane mission might take priority, depends a bit on the current description. Okay, that's what I'm worried about. So, it's treating this like a contract. I have the cadet mission toggled, and it is showing like the little yellow quest marker here. But it seems weird to me that it's not locking in cadet if it's cadet's job. So that's why I'm a little concerned that it's... the text for lane says infiltrate dark side. I think that the lane quest is taking over. Yeah, I think it's taking over. Okay. Well, I am sure as fuck not bringing Cadet. They failed me last time. I think I'll bring Flint. And what are we like actually doing? Like, do you think Junie would be good? Like, are we gonna be doing a lot of like hacking? I don't really ever bring Junie unless it's gonna be like a super like hacky kind of quest. I don't like Cadet, so I think it's a good decision. Do you not? I don't dislike Cadet, but holy fuck. Even on 100% positive dice roll, they acquired 2 stresses. Like, I mean, relatable, but damn. I may just go with Bliss and Flint. Infiltrating could sound like a lot of hacking, but I really cannot say or guarantee. Junie is just so weak unless it's hacking. But let's try Junie and Flint. Fuck it. Fuck it! Let's see how this goes. All right, Sleeper, you want to do the honors? Seraphin's strapped in the pilot seat, guiding the rig toward dark side. Fuck it, let's go. You take the strip of plastic Carmen gave you and copy the frequency into the comms window of the console. You type a simple message. Heading in, good luck. The console chimes, the message is sent. You hope Carmen is in range to receive it. You search inside your mind, wanting to find Overseer there, but you feel no presence. You hope they'll be ready when called for. You look ahead, out of the cockpit, towards the distant glimmer of dark side. Time to take on Lane. We are all Cadet. When Seraphin finally brings the rig to the Sunward docks, everyone in the cockpit lets out a sigh of relief. The approach was simple, routine even. Checking in with the port administration, being assigned a dock, bringing the rig to a stop, all of it familiar, but all of it laced with the tension of knowing that at any point it could all go very wrong. The spoof transponder worked, Seraphin shakes his head, so at least we know Carmen's as good as his word. Was there any doubt? Well, Seraphin shrugs. I've got used to things not going to plan by now. He shuts down the engine and unclips from his seat, but I guess there's still plenty of time for that. Hi, Hammontators, welcome in. You can trust Carmen. Flint unclips from their seat, and if Carmen trusts Ankita, well, she's good too. We need to worry about Utsubo, not our allies. The transponder is not as complex as you think. Junie checks her deck. I imagine Carmen's less concerned with reaching Darkside and more with what happens once we're here. You try to imagine Carmen somewhere on Darkside, perhaps smuggling himself aboard a freighter or among the crew of a trusted ally. You hope he is as confident as he seemed about finding Ankita. We need to spend less time worrying about what Carmen has to do and more about what's ahead of us. Seraphin turns to you. The old facility, Habpap, was it? I'm guessing that's deep below all this. Seraphin gestures toward the vast accumulation that is Darkside, a city that grew on the back of the Habpap solar cells, layer by layer. Its chaotic structure is neither planned nor regulated, but the foundation it's built on should be as formal as any corporate facility. That means we need a path down into the foundations, and I suggest we don't just take the first one we find. Seraphin continues. We scope the area out carefully, quietly, look for a right path into the heart of this place. What about Utsubo? Well, thanks to the spoof transponder, they don't know we're here. Let's keep it that way. Take the lead. Flint puts a hand on your shoulder. We're with you until this thing is over. Seraphin nods. I'll hold the rig down. We don't want you losing your exit route like last time. He winks. Here. He hands you a comms earpiece. I salvaged this from a suit helmet. It isn't secure, but as long as Utsubo don't know we're here, it should be fine. I'll let you know as soon as I hear from Carmen. He meets your eye. Go get this done, Sleeper. You nod. This is what it all comes down to. Oh boy. Sunward docks. Great. Junie can't do either of these. And Junie can't do either of these. She's worthless! And Flint rolled ones. Good start, good start. To safely find a path down into the old station, the docks will need to be thoroughly searched without bringing any attention. Here, where the layers of the facility are exposed, it is possible to enter from the outside and explore inwards. Ooh, but I excel here. In fairness, some of the events often follow into further events, so Junie might still... Yeah, that is totally fair. Oh, she has her moment here. Let's go. Let's go, Junie. She's stressed already, bro. Fucking classic. Oh, Flint is not good here at all. Yikers. All right. Let's reset this cycle, shall we? Sounds good, Michael. Enjoy your food. Okay. Bruh. Okay. Bro! What a fucking champ. He almost did this all by himself with no stress. Sheesh! As you're gliding down a dark tunnel, descending deeper below Darkside, your earpiece begins hissing with static. Sleeper, Seraphine's voice sounds distant, faint. Carmen, contact, met with target. You strain to hear the rest of the message, but the static overpowers his voice. You stop and push the earpiece in deeper. Continue, stay safe. The line goes dead. Flint stops and looks back over their shoulder. Carmen's on it. He's not the kind to fumble the job. They glance down the tunnel. We need to keep it up. Carmen needs us to cover our side of the plan. You continue your descent down, ducking under thick cables and collapsed beams. The busy urban life of the city above seems far away now, hidden from your senses. Its rumble and brightness has been replaced by the cloying dark and growing oppressive heat. Darkside and the Habpep facility it was built on has been running unrestrained ever since the collapse, gathering huge volumes of energy, more than its residents could ever use. You feel like you can sense it in the walls, running like a torrent just behind the thin skin of metal and rubber. A large portion of the vast amount of current running through the station is radiated into the void as heat, making Darkside a typically humid station. But down here, that heat's drier and more intense, and sections of wall glow with a fiery intensity. The tunnel levels out and light blasts through the shutter-striped viewing windows on either side, illuminating the passage in strips of burning white. Through the gaps, you can see a labyrinth of walkways and scaffolding tucked into the margins of the vast solar cells. The heat washes across your vinyl skin, making you tense against it. The underside of Darkside must be crossed. All right. Nice. Please don't trust Junie. You got this. Nice. No stress. No stress. All right. Now we reset. Yeah, this is good for Junie. Hell yeah. Okay. Fuck. In your exploration of the HAPEP facility, you've seen, through viewing windows and shutter slats, a huge blister projecting out among the hex-shaped cells. You've approached it, circled it, and now you find yourself passing into it, through layer after layer of broken and corroded safety doors. Even if you had not felt Overseer stirring, you would know this is the mainframe, but you have felt the protocol's presence, restlessly, turning over in your mind like a sleeping animal, occasionally probing your senses, tracking your progress. Hi, Dale. Bye, Dale. We feel at home. Overseer's multiple bodies stretch out their arms, as if basking in sunlight. The systems, networks, signals, they are fractured and weak, but we know them. Each of the broken heads shares part of a smile. They're welcoming us. Stay with us. Flint grips your shoulder. Don't let that protocol take control. They look over their shoulder towards something you can't see. We have to be at the mainframe now. Overseer will be getting stronger. Resist it. You look around, suddenly aware that you've drifted somewhere you do not recognize, in a state you are not in control of. The spherical chamber you float within has a mezzanine set around its circumference. The floor, a metal grating you can see through. On this mezzanine are banks and banks of terminals, thick gathered cables snaking away from them across the floor. All of it bakes in the heat of the HAPEP's vast resistors. You follow those cables with your eyes. They lead to a cylindrical column coming down from the apex of the chamber. It's corroded and bent a little, with very few of its thousands of lights still flickering. Even in its decayed state, you know immediately this is the mainframe. You feel a yearning towards it, one you know comes from Overseer. But as you look around for a connection point, all you see are burned out cables, rusted sockets, and broken terminals. The glow of warmth makes you feel woozy. You need to work quickly to bring this back online before the current flowing through this place bakes you into the metal of its walls. All right. Reboot terminals. The column of the mainframe pulses with fractured lights, a scattered wave of systems awakening, accompanied by the whine and stutter of the machines all around. Mainframe's up. Flint looks nervously around the room, now shaking and shimmering with energy. Time to connect, but if I see something that isn't right, I'm pulling you out. You reach out for the primed connector and with your other hand, touch the socket at the base of your synthetic skull. As you do, a sharp shock runs through your fingers. For a moment, it feels like your vision doubles, but as you pull the connector and its cable across your vision, you see it's only your body that's doubling. The connector, a stable object, while your arm leaves ghostly imprints through the air. You wave it back and forth, but the multiplied arms do not follow. Each, instead, takes on a life of its own, grabbing around your forearm and wrist, taking control of your arm. You feel their force as they push your arm across your body over your shoulder. They push once more, and the connector finds its home in the socket. That familiar flow, but stronger, rushing, rapid. Then a figure, no, 3 figures descending into it. A swimmer stepping into a river, a sleeper drifting out of an airlock, a symbol being subsumed into a sign. And you, little more than a witness, a marionette, its strings outstretched, mapped hand to hand, leg to leg to another. The flow freezes. The 3 figures almost overlapping, almost complete, but not quite. Their tripled eyes look back at you in horror. The voice, shrill, silent in your head. There's someone else in here. Heat, glazing your thick vinyl skin, the mainframe, a whirring chaos of light and sound. A brightness, and then it fades. The lights shutting off. The servers powering down. A single blinking light, the only thing left on the dark column, keeping time like a metronome. What happened? Flint looks you up and down, checking for damage. Did something blow in the system? Did Overseer cross over? You close your eyes and try to recall the events that happened when you connected, playing them back in greater detail. Overseer was there, entering the mainframe, but something froze the system, locked them in place. What did they say? Someone in there with them? You open your eyes. Was this a trap? Someone's trapped Overseer. As you speak, a fizzing static fills one ear. You flinch, thinking it is some new invasion of your system, but then you hear Seraphim through the haze. Sleeper, come now, waiting, the rig. It's no use, you'll have to ascend to find out what's going on topside. You look at the mainframe with its single blinking light, still keeping time. It looks like Overseer will have to wait. Trapped in the mainframe, Overseer is still the key to all this. You hope you can get the protocol out, but you need to hear what Seraphim has to say first. You make your way out of the core, ascending back through the layers of the Habpet back into the docks. What the heck? Seraphim meets you at the docking tunnel. They're waiting inside. He shakes his head and nods towards the airlock. Come on. You cross onto the ship in silence and find Carmen in the cockpit, looking out at Darkside as it sprawls across the stars. Things are getting complicated. I wonder if Lane was somehow, like, programmed in the mainframe. Sleeper, Carmen turns. Sorry to pull you away, but you need to know what's coming. What's going on? This idiot blew my cover. You turn as Ankita enters the cockpit behind you and Seraphim. You immediately clock the fresh bandage sleeve around her right forearm. I think you did a pretty good job of that yourself, Carmen retorts. You see a twinkle in his eye that suggests this back and forth is a well-practiced part of their relationship. Perhaps, but we'll never know now, not after you intervene to rescue me. Her hand goes to her bandaged arm almost instinctively. Can someone explain what happened? I passed the data to Ankita and she tried to broach it with Utsubo. Carmen folds his arms, but Lane was more paranoid than we expected. He was listening in. Either that or his lapdog Daichi ratted us out. She shakes her head. I would have put it down if he hadn't got the jump on me. Either way, Carmen cuts back in calmly. I had to pull Ankita out. Carmen turns back to look over Darkside. The information did get through though, and now Utsubo's in crisis as its members side with or against Lane. Meanwhile, Daichi's hunting us. Ankita screws up her face, which means we need to be careful. That's why I called you in. Seraphim puts a hand on your shoulder. You need to watch your back. Indeed. Carmen turns to face you, but how about the mainframe? Have you been successful? You explain the events of this cycle, the mainframe booting up, the successful connection, and then Overseer being locked inside, frozen by some other force. You mention their warning, there's someone else in here. Carmen nods thoughtfully. Unfortunately, we need that mainframe more than ever. With Ankita out of Utsubo, we have to get the word out. Carmen's right. Utsubo will be distracted by these revelations, but it won't last. Without further proof, they'll all line up behind Lane in time. We have to free Overseer. We need the mainframe. Overseer is just our access tool. If your protocol is being locked in by some counter-protocol or agent, I wouldn't be surprised if it can be traced back to Utsubo. Ankita looks at Carmen. I know the locations of a few of the Utsubo network nodes. We should hit them first. No, we need to stay under the radar. Sleeper and their crew will investigate the nodes quietly. Carmen nods at you. You and I will run interference. Keep Utsubo away from these locations as best we can. Is that safe? For us? She taps a finger on her chest. We've done this before. Ankita winks. It'll be nostalgic. You think of the feeling of stasis you felt when Overseer was trapped, and that power required to halt the flow of a mainframe as vast and ingrown as the Habpep one. Could it just be an Utsubo hacker? You doubt it. Seems we have a plan. Seraphim looks between you all. That we do, and we'll need you to keep running comms between us. Carmen turns to you. Sleeper, Ankita will give you the locations to dig into, but keep it quiet. Daichi's out there, and he isn't easily avoided as some low-ranking enforcer. Ankita slaps the top of a couple of crates of supplies you hadn't noticed before. Consider these a parting gift from my tenure at Utsubo. Swiped them from a gang storehouse, she grins. Thought you might need a resupply. All right, Carmen addresses the room. Keep quiet and keep in touch. We can still pull this off. Crisis event +1 per cycle. Great. Ah! That damn Daichi. I need to rest. Hi, August. Welcome in. She is, but she keeps accruing stress, which is not great. Really not great. Good luck, Taryn. I hope your games go okay. And now I have a broken dice. Holy, what are these dice rolls though? We literally all have positive dice. Sheesh. I don't believe it. Carmen stares through the shutters of the viewing window at a smooth, squat ship tucked into the derelict bay between the hexes. How long has it been here? When the nodes were hacked and the trace established, you imagine it might lead to an Utsubo operator, or perhaps an old subnode containing an aggressive Solheim protocol, gone mad with isolation. Not this. Never this. A Sinnet-stat ship tucked into the belly of Darkseid like a parasite. We need to move on that ship now. Ankita's already adjusting her gear, preparing for an assault. We can hit an Utsubo safe house for weaponry. There's one... Carmen holds up a hand. This is a gift, Ankita. Don't be so brash. He turns back to face the both of you. All we had until now was data, conversations, evidence easily denied or destroyed by Lane. But a Sinnet-stat ship hidden inside the station? Carmen nods grimly. There are hundreds of crews, thousands of residents who would give everything to protect Darkseid from the war. Carmen turns back to the ship, silhouetted against starlight. All we need to do is point them in the right direction. We turn Darkseid on the ship. And on Lane at the same time. Carmen nods grimly. We leak it all, send it out through the mainframe. The ship's location, the evidence of Lane's betrayal, all of it. You're forgetting one thing, Ankita interrupts. Until that ship leaves or is taken, they still have the mainframe locked down. We can't blast out its location through the network without taking it on first. Carmen pauses, considering his options. You look out at the Sinnet-stat ship, half concealed in the bay. It looks sleek, dangerous. What defenses might a ship like that deploy when threatened? Carmen and Ankita exchange looks. Then we attack first. Carmen and I will distract the ship's occupants, turn their focus away from the mainframe. Then you, Sleeper, hit the mainframe and force them out. As soon as Overseer is released, you send out everything. Once it hits the network, our backup will come. He gives Ankita a grim look. We only have to hold them off for as long as it takes for the other crews to realize what's happening. It's a gift. The plan feels desperate, and you know that Carmen and Ankita think so too. Will Darkseid really mobilize against the ship so quickly? Two old mercs against an unknown Sinnet-stat force feels like an unwinnable battle. We know the stakes, Sleeper. Ankita takes a breath. We can handle them. Ankita frowns, an unpleasant thought passing through her mind. I've given up everything to get Utsubo out. Let me finish the job. But why? She sighs. If we make it to the other side of this thing, I promise to tell you. Ankita folds her arms across her chest. Go to the mainframe and get set up. When you're ready to connect, let us know. Carmen puts a hand on your shoulder. Once you start, don't stop for anything. Get the data out. He meets your eye. We'll handle ourselves. You turn and glide away, looking over your shoulder at the two ex-mercenaries as they discuss their plan of attack. Seeing them slip back into those old roles, you can't help but wonder, does anyone ever outrun their past? Or is it always waiting there in the dark to claim you in the end? All right. The heat inside the HabPep core is intense as you stare at the column of the mainframe, its one blinking light still keeping time. Mainframe's ready to go. Flint nervously looks around. We need to let Carmen know. The time to strike is now. You glance at Ankita's thumbnail drive, now slotted in the main terminal, containing a data packet with everything you need to unset Lane and reveal the Senate stat ship. You hope it will be enough. Hi, Chuck! Happy Friday! You hold a finger to your earpiece and let Seraphin know to relay the message through to Carmen. All right, Seraphin's voice is heavy with worry. I'll tell them. A long pause. Be safe, sleeper. Get this done and come back. I will. Good luck, friend. The comms click off as Seraphin switches to Carmen's channel. You wait, imagining the conversation, the terse words activating the plan. You wait long enough for Carmen and Ankita to nod to each other, long enough for them to drop down through the bays in silence, to check the weapons they stole from Utsubov, to take their positions, and then to make their move. Hi, Patrick! Hell yeah! Happy weekend! You grab the connector and hold it behind your head. Close your access port. You silently count to 3 and then connect. At first, nothing has changed. You drop into a state of stasis, a small, dark space with no cracks. The mainframe is locked down, shut off, squeezed inside the grip of some clenched fist. Then you see it, a trickle of light, a flicker of threads. Overseer flows into the space, and the torrent begins to run. The rushing gray pulse of data, the connective threads, the jewel of the mainframe, they grow inside the space, and the space in turn grows. We see you there, sleeper. Overseer separates and reforms within the expanding landscape. Who's the other? An enemy. Overseer's 3 heads nod, then we will do what is necessary. Overseer explodes. The points and lines of light that described its human forms separate and multiply, constellations bursting outward like a tree of stars. Overseer becomes plural. As they do, the darkness is pushed back and the extent of the mainframe is revealed. It's a stack of jeweled surfaces, each revealing more facets as the angle changes. From these facets, threads project, cutting out across. Dark side paths that stretch the length of the entire station. Their arrangement is an invitation. I'm winning, members. Hi, Titans, welcome in. You accept their invitation, sending yourself skimming through lines of light, seeing how the station connects and hums with the flow of data. You see the highest tower, the lowest hex, and then the origin of the dark. A squiggle of black rustles around a single point, the Senate stat ship. Now a battleground, you see flashes and flickers as Overseer dances around it, cuts at it. But looking around, you see Overseers everywhere now, multiplied into 1,000 forms, reunited with a system designed to serve them. They dissolve into it. You suddenly remember what needs to happen, what you need them to do. You send out separate requests, summoning Overseer, reminding them of your agreement. You take the bright polygon of the data packet and present it like an offering to Overseer, who is diffuse, crackling all around you. Euphoric in their reconstitution as a functional protocol. You receive no response. There's nothing more than a whisper, snatched away on the flow of data rushing by. And then you hear the static in your earpiece, Seraphin's desperate cry for a response. You see a bright point, suddenly close, inside the core with you. A broadcast going out from it like the beam from a lighthouse. You reach back and pull on the connector just to clear the brightness from your eyes, just to block the broadcast. I found you. Lane floats in the mainframe, sweat across his brow, his eyes steely cold. I finally found you. Flint slams into Lane, coming out of the dark with force and violence. You freeze, watching Lane fight back, hearing Seraphin's voice shimmering in your earpiece, passing on Carmen's desperate request for aid. Oof. I have to reconnect to the mainframe. I have to. You grasp for the connector and then drive it home. You're in the constellation of Darkseid's network, the exploded body of Overseer stretched across it, as if it has been anatomized. Lane's still a beacon, one that flashes close, but you do your best to ignore it and reach out to Overseer once more. Remember me, Protocol, you say. Remember your promise. Something begins to form, begins to flicker. As it does, you hear something outside the network, the bright crack of an electrical discharge, the grunt of pain and impact, then silence again. The brightness grows, it draws closer, and the blinding white blanks out everything. You open your eyes to a smile like knives. Behind Lane's pale head, the body of a friend floats, stunned in the dark. The fingers of Lane's carrier signal reach inside your mind. You're boxed in a viewing window behind your eyes, a passenger in your own body. Lane's in control. Oh, it's so much easier now that I'm prepared. It's almost a seamless switch. Lane's face is in your vision, but his mouth does not move. And the duality of it, like a mirror turned to face itself. Have a good day, Elder! In perfect unison, you and Lane lift your hands in front of your face and turn them, inspecting them. You feel sickened, a flare of panic going off in your mind. Look at this. Lane opens and closes your fist with emotion like a wave that runs finger to finger. There are improvements to be made, but this is remarkable. Lane's eyes look into your eyes, a perfect loop. I always knew your body was a gift, Sleeper, from the moment I first saw you. A gift you could not recognize because you only saw a burden, something to be escaped from. But I saw what it was. Lane's eyes flash, an opportunity. Like a puppet, you're turned to face the mainframe. You glide forward a little, hands reaching for the access terminal. Ankita's drive glints there in its slot. You control none of this. Lane's voice. Imagine having more than one body, more than one agent in the world to do your bidding. Your hand reaches down, finger and thumb pinching delicately around the drive. It's a thrilling thought, and one I have harbored for a long time. With a short, sharp motion, you pull the drive free. Then I saw you, my Sleeper, and knew I must have you. You hear Seraphine's voice in your ear. Sleeper? Carmen needs that signal to go out now. There's panic in his voice. They can't hold out any longer. No matter how hard you try, your lips do not move. No words can be produced. You feel your hand, under Lane's control, reach up and pull the earpiece out, letting it float away into the chamber. Enough distractions. Your other hand holds up Ankita's drive, turning it in the light in front of your eyes. Some time ago, I set myself the task of changing you from a hollow thing into a vessel to be filled. Your finger and thumb transfer the drive to your palm. And now I'm able, with the help of my allies, to fill you up. I'm more than singular now, more than flesh and blood, more than you in my ambition, in my desire. And that means you're a surplus to me now. Your fist closes hard around the drive, crushing it to dust. Yeah, my day's been pretty good, Patrick. I hope your day was all right too. Weak and broken thing, your time is over. Lane's body approaches you and lays its hands on either side of your head. You feel the pressure, you cannot move, you cannot resist. And then a spark as one of Lane's fingers slips and depresses a little into the access port of your head. There's a flicker, the flash of something passing through the spaces between. Something writing a signal back to its broadcaster. We have not forgotten, you hear Overseer. They are reconstituted. We are ready to act as one. Overseer holds the bright data packet in a single hand. We were broken, we were many, but now we are whole, and we appreciate what you have done. Overseer shapes the data packet into a point, a bright spear of light. The spear extends through your mind gently, harming nothing of you. Instead, its point finds the mind of the other, of Lane, and pierces it directly. You hear Lane scream as the implants burn in his skull, his head flaring bright white in the cloud. And then, when that mind has gone dark and the pressure on the side of your head has receded, the packet explodes across the network, white hot and urgent. In its wake, data points are seeded, conversations, coordinates, a conspiracy. At the furthest point of the network, its distant edge, the data packet arrives with a little more force than a notification, delivered to every device and terminal within its range. But here, at the epicenter, it blasts through you with such power that, for a moment, every thought, every idea, every piece that might make up a self is wiped cleanly from your minds. Sheesh! Let's go, Overseer! Oh, I have a broken dice. It takes a long time to put a person back together. A long time in the dark, picking up fragments of what once was whole. Like waking from sleep, you can never be sure what piece might have gone missing in the reconstruction, what might have been lost. But you continue anyway, through hazy cycles of faces and distant voices. This is, after all, not the first time you have had to remake yourself, and you imagine it will not be the last. You're up. Seraphine finds you looking out of the lone window in the rig's berths, a slit that stares out across the shattered edge of Darkside. How long was I out? Seraphim gives you a half grin. Best not to think about it. He looks away for a second. Long enough. Suddenly, Seraphim crosses the bunks and embraces you. He squeezes you once and then backs off, hands on both your shoulders. Good to see you up, he smiles, as always. Come on, we need to go find Bliss. Seraphim leads you out of the bunks, through the ship, and down the docking tunnel into Darkside. As you glide through the docks, he recounts what's been happening over these past cycles. You weren't the only one to take a beating. He squeezes through a group of cargo porters carrying crates. Ankita and Carmen held out against the Senate stat ship long enough, but they aren't without their share of injuries. They're back on their feet now, though, working together. They've managed to quiet down some of the remnants of Utsubo, stop the factional infighting. They're clearing out one of the Utsubo safe houses over in the Rise. I'm sure they could use the help if you need something to do. Marco's here too, though I haven't seen him yet. Seraphim looks away. Ankita pulled him out of the Utsubo cell. Now they're working together. I should go see him, but Seraphim sighs. You feel like he hasn't quite accepted Marco's reappearance. You aren't sure how you'd react to seeing him again either. Oh, and Carmen isn't sticking around. He's already left for Oliveira. Seraphim pauses for a second, a memory of that place coming back to him. You watch him shake the thought away. Junie, meanwhile, is still digging into all that data she pulled from the bunker. She's down in the Hab Pep core most cycles, trying to make sense of it. Anyway, you'll soon catch up on everything. Where's Flit? He smiles sympathetically, but there's something behind his look. You can't quite place it. The two of you continue on in silence, drifting into the depths of Darkside, good friends, side by side. Hi, John Kiwi! Seraphim leads you down into a passage lined with bright screens and signs, sound and light blasting out of the shop fronts on either side. You know this place, Flicker Row. He stops outside a familiar door, the shop you woke up in all those cycles ago. He gives you the door a quick raps with his knuckles. You wait. Hey, sleeper? He shoots you a glance. When you're ready, we should talk about the future. What comes next, all that. Whenever you like. Thanks, I'll let you know. Seraphim looks away. How you doing, John Kiwi? Happy Friday. Sleeper. Bliss opens the door and immediately jumps to hug you. They let go sheepishly and look between you and Seraphim. First day up, I thought you'd both be celebrating your freedom. Don't want to overdo it, Seraphim shakes his head. Plus, there's more important stuff to talk about. His eyes shoot into the shop beyond. Bliss's voice drops. You sure, Seraphim? They just got up. Can't it wait a cycle? Seraphim looks at you. They should know, Bliss. It's important. They nod hesitantly and then back into the shop, letting you come inside. I'm doing good. Little's changed since you were last there. The stacks of servers, the refurbished hardware secured in roof and wall netting, the connectors, including the one that facilitated your reboot. Bliss and Seraphim follow behind quietly, and the atmosphere is immediately ominous. Reach the end game. You can most definitely wrap this up today. Awesome. Okay, cool. I was wondering, this is beginning to feel very end gamey. Cool. That sounds good. I've been keeping an eye on you these past cycles. Bliss hooks their legs into a stool by a counter, making sure you are stable. Your frame, I'm sure you know, has been through a lot. And when Overseer pushed Lane out, well, things got more complicated. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna take another break here in a second. I'm gonna go ahead and get some food ordered so that it'll be here, like, by the time I end. And I have to pee. So once we get through this, like, next little reading segment, I'll take a quick break. All right. All those changes made to your system, he did it through your stabilizer. He laced it with proteins meant to alter your frame's basic function, to accept other emulations, other minds, to open you up to remote access. Hi, Opinion, welcome in. What Overseer did corrected some of that, or at least wiped it from your system, but the stress involved and the damage from your last partial reboot. Bliss falls silent, unable to answer their own questions. We need to finish the reboot, Sleeper. The one Lane interrupted. Seraphim can always be relied on to tell you things straight. Not immediately, Bliss cuts in, but at some point soon. I'm not quite ready, but now that you're up, Bliss looks down, I'll get to work. Is it dangerous? Bliss takes a deep breath. Look, I'll be honest, Sleeper. I know we need to finish the reboot Lane interrupted. I'm sure of it, but the effects... They shake their head. Your frame was complex to begin with, but after everything, the reaction could be bad. We can talk more about it when I have the Bliss stops suddenly, their eyes shooting to the door. Sorry, am I... Yay! Flint lived! I was really worried he died. They look at you wide-eyed. You're up. A smile crosses their face, though it quickly fades. Good to see you. Really good. How are you doing, Flint? Good. They glance at Bliss, smiling. Mostly thanks to Bliss. They've been taking care of me. Bliss smiles back. Yay! Flint's become my patient, too. Bliss clasps their hands nervously together. We've been able to acquire some stabilizer from Lane's stores, which has helped, but we don't have much of a supply. Bliss is going to reboot me, like you were. Flint cuts in. I won't need stabilizer anymore. They sound almost excited at the prospect. You look to Bliss. Flint knows the risks, but they have asked for the procedure. They give Flint a warning look. Still, they shouldn't underestimate the danger. Bliss looks at Flint. Sleeper will also need the reboot. I like that I don't have a name. I'm in both games, I'm just Sleeper. And even when there's another Sleeper, they have a name, but I'm still just Sleeper. I think that's so funny. Sleeper will also need the reboot, but they don't have a choice in the matter. It's essential. Flint goes quiet. Bliss and Seraphim look nervously at you to see your reaction to all this. You feel like a spotlight's being shown in your face. All you want is some time alone to think. We should do it together, Flint speaks quietly. Whatever we risk it together. They meet your eye. I owe you that and more. Let's pick this up again in the future. Bliss tries to calm the tension. I still need many cycles to prepare, especially if I'm to reboot you both simultaneously. It will be your choice, Sleeper. You decide when. They reach out and lay a hand on yours, but without this, you will soon begin to decline. I'm sorry for that. Your head spins. Seraphim slaps a button to open the door. Come on, Sleeper, let's get some air. You follow him outside, and when you get there, all you can think is that you can't breathe. You don't need to breathe. A wave of claustrophobia passes over you. You're in control of this, Sleeper. Seraphim stares at the lights and signs a flicker row, looping endlessly. You put what you need in order, and I'll be right there with you. I got Bliss to teach me a little bit about the repairs they've been doing for you. Seraphim rubs his hands together. I know it's getting worse, but I'll do my best to keep you running. Dude, Seraphim's such a homie. I dig the name. Might need to give it the honors of naming an RPG character that way. Yeah, I really do like the name Sleeper as well. You let me know when you want to leave, and I will fly you out of this place faster than you can believe. He turns to face you, and we can go wherever you need. He frowns. There's time for us yet. Thank you. You never need to thank me, Sleeper. He pats you on the shoulder. Just look after yourself. I was also thinking... Seraphim looks away. I got a message from Oliveira. They're still getting the place together, but with Carmen heading back, the colony is starting a new chapter. Maybe we should head out there at some point. Lend a hand. He pauses, unwilling to push it farther. Just a thought. Anyway, just give the word. Seraphim smiles. We're all glad you're back. He turns and drifts away, leaving you among the cycling colors and cacophonous sounds of Flicker Row. You close your eyes and let them wash over you like a wave. There, in the dark of your mind, you search for Overseer, but the protocol does not appear. You wonder if, in that final moment, Overseer might have destroyed themselves to end Lane. But then you feel it, flickering nearby, a signal in the dark. You open your eyes and see something pass through the screens of Flicker Row, a shadow in all the brightness. Could Overseer still be here, in the ancient networks of the Habpep? You turn away and glide out the row. You have other things to worry about now. How are you doing? Cadet finds you in a dark side thoroughfare, a glass of roof canyon of struts and screens. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take my break really quick. I'm gonna go get some food ordered and use the restroom. So give me a couple minutes, chat, and then I guess we'll wrap this. up. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. Food has been ordered. No, I haven't had Freddy's in like 3 weeks, according to Uber Eats. So that's what I ordered. Thank you. But yeah, I wanted to go and order because it's like not super close and it's gonna take like an hour. Yeah, it's quoting arrives at between 6:04 and 6:20. And we have movie night tonight, so I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and get it ordered. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. I'm so excited, man. It was so good last time. Get my big fat cheeseburger. All right. Yeah, you should have guessed Freddy's. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, mate. All right. Let's do this. How are you doing? Cadet finds you in a dark side thoroughfare, a glass roofed canyon of struts and screens. Still recovering. Hey, I get it. Cadet smiles. But look where we are. She gestures around at the broad street with its layers of tech and dirt. Heart of the belt. John Kiwi, thank you so much for the Giga emo. I appreciate it. You look really at the glass roof street. Its walls are built from scaffold and shipping containers, hull plates and Solheim hab units. People glide across the open space to units and shops on either side, and everywhere screens flicker and glare without sense and reason. You can feel the heat, the power that flows through this place, collected by the vast solar cells that form the city's foundations. Heart is the right word. This place is the center of circulation, toned, muscle tough, and running to a beat. You turn to Cadet, can see it in her eyes. She loves being here. I've been thinking, she glances away, of how good it would feel to run my air bike down the street. She smiles. This city has to need couriers, right? That's a good idea. I know, she flexes her shoulders back. But there's some unfinished business weighing me down. She meets your eye. Hexport. You think of the drive tucked away in the scatter yards, the one that contains the data stream from a drone mind vivisection, the one that might have caused the loss of an entire station. We need to go finish what we started. Cadet looks deadly serious. Find who's responsible and make it known. Clear my name. Is Hexport still irradiated? I would think so, she sighs, but it'll be fading. We can get in and out safely, from what I know. And we better try soon, because the safer it gets, the more scavengers will come to pick the bones. We want there to be something left to tell the story. I know a lot just went down. Cadet puts a hand on her hip. But these clowns could still be operating. Hell, they could be trying the same thing again on this station. We need to go find what they did. She takes a breath. I'll be waiting. And maybe once it's all done, she turns away, I'll let you take the first air bike ride through this place. She raises a hand and then it's gone. Okay. Guess I'm gonna I'll do engineer. Okay. All right. Wait for Bliss. Visit the Hexport remains. Okay. Oh, I could do this too. Oh, do I need a... No, I just need scrap to repair. Okay. Junie's studies. What is she doing down there? Bliss is preparing the software to finish your reboot. So something pretty cool, but also a bit crazy. True. Okay. In cycle. Let's see. Get this glitch dice out of here. Yeah. You watch as the last stack of crates is guided up and out of the cavernous Utsubo safe house. You doubt it will be long before this space is filled. Darkseid will not tolerate a vacuum for long. The city takes every opportunity. Its inhabitants build in every crack and crevice. As Utsubo's spaces are cleared, they will be occupied. The gang's legacy will be buried under factories, kitchens, markets, and housing. But the people will remember the cold and desperate grip they once held on this place, even if the city does not. Come to gloat? The voice takes you by surprise, and you turn to see Orin floating in the shadows, arms folded. He drifts forward into the pool of yellow light. You overthrew a tyrant. You should be pleased with yourself. His tone's flat, and you're unsure of how to read his statement. It wasn't just me, many people did this. I suppose, Orin eyes you, but from what I heard, you burnt those pale eyes out of his skull. He smiles a thin smile. I imagine it was quite the sight. You don't recall the moment of Lane's death. In fact, the abstract nature of that moment, almost dreamlike, means you had almost forgotten. You tense a little as his scream comes back to you, a screech of white noise bathed in white light. Orin's still watching you. He almost would have respected you for actually doing it. Orin inspects his knuckles. If he could have respected a creature like you. What do you want? Orin grins, just to satisfy my curiosity. I came here to clear out the old disease, just like you. Orin gestures to the space. Utsubo had to go, and I came here to be part of that process. You can't burn everyone you don't like out of this place, I'm afraid. Orin folds his arms. This is our home, whether you like it or not. I didn't like Lane. It's hard to imagine anyone did. He saw Darkseid for the opportunity it was and awoke Utsubo from its slumber. He turned a gang into an administration and a city into a machine. He was too erratic for my taste, perhaps, but he held this place, shaped it into something. I see that you have no intention of doing the same. So, what will happen now? Orin meets your eye. You have created a space that must be filled. Will you take responsibility for that at least? The people will decide. Oh, will they? Orin chuckles. I can see that you don't know the first thing about Darkseid and its people. The people decided on Utsubo. You changed that. Now you want them to pick something else? They're opportunists, all of them. They'll choose for their own benefit only. In the end, I should thank you. The city was done with Lane. Orin gives you a nod, and I'll be honest enough to admit that you did what I didn't. But never forget that you're an outsider here, and Darkseid hates outsiders. Before you can respond, Orin kicks off and glides upwards, or towards the upper levels of the safe house, leaving you alone in the empty space. Though you do not put weight to his words, they still sting. Perhaps you think there's something to them. Who are you to decide the future of a city when your own future's falling apart each cycle? Is your decline a spiral that can trap others in its wake, or a necessary transition, the crisis before a new shape emerges? Dude, he's awful, yeah. You hug your arms close to your side, suddenly cold in the stripped bare safe house, and ascend once more. Okay. Alright, I need food. And we need to visit the Hexport ruins. right. As the rig drew closer to Hexport, the crew became silent. Now staring out at what's left of what was once a thriving station, you feel empty. The full extent of the damage is impossible to ignore. Grim, Seraphin shakes his head. Doesn't feel like we were here that long ago, he sighs, and now this is what's left. You look at the clouds of scattered debris, the layers of the station torn open to the void. It's a reminder of how close the war and the unseen atrocities of the inner system are to shifting into the belt. I don't like digging around in a place like this. Seraphin turns to you. Let's be quick about it. Agreed. We'll be fast. Seraphin nods. I'm here if you need me. You head to the airlock to suit up and get ready. You ready for this? Cadet catches up with you in a passageway. This place is already giving me the creeps. Cadet nods. If there are answers to be found, we'll find them. Keep your eyes on the shadows. Flint is getting suited up by the airlock. We can't rule out scavengers and grave robbers, and they won't react well to visitors. Cadet takes his suit from the locker. Seraphin said the radiation's lower than expected, but still too high for a prolonged exposure. The suits should keep most of it off us, but we can't take the long out there. The stress on the suits and the rig, she sighs, will be forced to leave in 3 cycles. Cadet grabs a helmet, not a moment more. You get ready too, your mind filled with memories of Hexport. You hope they will help you navigate the shattered ruin, but looking at what's left, you doubt it. Okay. It is really creepy, yeah, and this music is so good for it. You hear that, sleeper? Cadet stops among the debris just outside the ruined exchange. The search so far has been thankless, a grim slog through endless debris. You're glad of the break. You stop floating in the dark and listen. There's a hissing on the open comm channel, a hissing you've grown used to. Now that you listen to it again though, you notice something else in the noise. There's something different to it now, a texture, a modulation of tone. Is that? A voice, Cadet cuts in. Someone's speaking. Her eyes look wide through the faceplate of her suit. You listen carefully, and yes, perhaps there is a voice there, though it's quiet and distant. It could be a person speaking, or it could be some residual signal from an automated system, one that's slowly dying in this wasteland. You see Cadet moving around, testing the signal strength from different positions. It's coming from the direction of the docks. Her voice hisses through the comms, layering over the broadcast. A survivor? Cadet meets your eyes, both of you hoping this might be true. It's probably just a comms echo. Seraphin's voice cuts in over the comms. We can't go chasing ghosts, not with so little time left. The rig can't sit out here getting cooked by radiation, and neither can you. Seraphin's voice distorts and shifts. You should move to the epicenter, where Factory Row used to be. That's where this all went down. Cadet looks at you, and you know she wants to chase the signal to the docks. She wants there to be someone there, calling out to you. You look over towards the remains of Factory Row, the epicenter as Seraphin called it. It's now a cloud of debris and fragments of bays, a shadow of what it once was. For the first time in a long while, you think of Karsten. Who's Karsten again? You look back at the remains of the docks, a few warning lights and systems still flickering away in the ruins. With not much time left here, you have a choice about where to focus your efforts. Oof. Search for a survivor. I mean, at the end of the day, we're out here for Cadet. And Cadet wants to check the signal. I love how Cadet is fucking worthless on all of this, though. You feel it the moment you wake, a flicker at the edge of your perception, a sensation beyond your body. A blinking, a tugging, and the numbness as something shuts off within you. The panic is instant, the feeling of something not being right within you spiking your fear. But no pain comes, you feel no further shifts, and as time stretches out, you settle again. You calm yourself. Hi, Decca! Happy Friday! You know immediately that this is what Bliss was referring to. Your frame's decline. The one the reboot should reverse. You flex a little. Feel your body try to ground yourself in it. It will not collapse this cycle, but something's changed. This is how it will be. Until the reboot. You hope you have long enough to finish what you must. You begin the cycle slowly, holding the pieces of yourself together. You try not to let your thoughts wander to darker things and fix your eyes on the tasks ahead. I hope you had a good Friday, Decca. The belt drifts past the window, following a flow of its own, expanding, collapsing, shifting in its own way. People say it's drifting away, getting farther from Helion's star, that one day it will drift out of the system altogether into interstellar space. You find a strange solace in that, somehow knowing that entropy is the way of the universe makes your own decline palatable, at least for a little longer. You have gained a permanent glitch. A permanent glitch is represented in red on your glitch clock and will not be expended when rolling a glitch dice. You now have a chance of rolling a glitch dice every cycle. This cannot be fixed. Oh shit. Well, that just ain't right. Perma glitch. Urgent, the broadcast echoes through your comms. Retrieval required. Conway network agents, please respond. You float beside Cadet, the two of you shocked to silence by the sight in front of you. Both of you have traced the ghost signal deep into the docks, all the time wondering if it might be the voice of a survivor, but you had not prepared yourself for this. Aw, I'm sorry it wasn't a great day, Decca. I'm doing pretty good. In a corner of the docks, there's a nest of machines, a gathering of drones and motorized sleds, crane systems, and docking clamps. A nest for the drone mind. Stop, please. The voice shimmers with distortion. Relayed on the same carrier signal as the ghost broadcast. We wish to be recovered. You don't know the mechanics of what you are looking at, but you understand it. The drone mind fled here. But how? You exchange a look with Cadet, and she seems unsure of what to do. You switch your comms channel to the broadcast signal. What happened here? Unverified access, unable to resist, requesting recovery. The drone mind's voice trembles with glitches. Confirm Conway Extraction's role and identity. You wonder what this mind knows. Is it just an interface designed to speak between humans and drones with the recognizable cadence of intelligent speech, or is it a thinking machine? You hear a click as Cadet switches to a private channel. This thing's a weapon. Her voice is flat, unemotional. We should be careful what we say here. Confirm Conway Extraction's role and identity. The drone mind intones, please. Lie to the drone. You make up a designation that sounds plausible. Cadet turns to you and raises an eyebrow. Confirming with central control. The nest shudders. Confirmation impossible. Connection severed. Retrying. Look, Cadet hisses through the private channel. It's hardwired to the station. You look where she's nodding and see a single thick power cable snaking from an industrial wall outlet. The nest is clustered around the other end, huddling close to the fading power supply of the station like it's the dying embers of a fire. Urgent. The broadcast starts again. Retrieval required. Conway network agents, please respond. Cadet moves forward a little. I order you to deliver a report on your current status. This is a direct report from Conway Control. She turns back to you and shrugs. It's worth a shot. Confirmation impossible. Connection severed. The nest fades, then flickers back to life. Temporary bypass activated. Cognitive function minimal. Power supply minimal. Hardware suboptimal configuration. No drone units connected. I am alone. The shift between communication registers between formal and human is unsettling. Code center compromised, data extracted by third party, self-destruct disabled, purge protocol disabled. Parts of the nest fall away, the power draining faster as the drone mind attempts to draw more from the station. Please, the drone mind asks nonsensically, please stop. Did you destroy this station? Cadet moves close now, bearing down on the nest. It's little more than a pile of broken machines cowering in a corner as the power fades. Self-destruct attempted, process failed. Hardware purge attempted, process failed. Self-preservation protocol activated. Propagated through the station network, station failed. Central failure imminent, please stop. The machine in the nest begins to go dark. Please stop, please stop. Cadet turns back to face you. It didn't do this, she sighs. It tried though. Tried to destroy itself and take the station with it. She turns back to look at the failing mind, hiding in machines it was not built to inhabit. It escaped into the network and ended up here. It isn't responsible. Responsible or not, that's enough. Cadet reaches over and rips the power cable from the wall, leaving it floating. The nest shuts off, the broadcast channel going silent. The bay goes dark. What was left of the drone mind, whatever protocol or data escaped into these machines and their network, is gone now. There is no hardware left to hold it. Come on, Cadet glides out of the room, leaving you among the dead machines. Damn. Meet the drone mind. Okay, I think we can afford another cycle. Probably gonna have a glitch dice. Yup. You float in the pieces of what was once Factory Row. There's little way to see what these pieces once were, scattered and scorched as they are. You cannot assemble them back into that place in your mind, and the longer you have searched here, the more that this broken place has weakened your memory of when it was whole. But you've managed to put something together here, part of the story of Hexport's final moments. That story is told in the blast marks on the exterior plates, the patterns of debris, the materials and makeup of the station's remains. Beyond that, one other thing's remarkable. There aren't any bodies. It seems that Hexport had some warning. The lack of docked ships, the lack of mass casualties, though the explosion surely killed many, it all suggests a station that had time to react, to at least evacuate in part. And then there's the blast, an explosion that the evidence points to as coming from the outside of the station. It's hard to tell as so much secondary damage was caused by debris and shrapnel, but the pattern is there if you look. Something catches your eye, and you look over to see Cadet arriving alongside you, studying the same debris as you. Put it all together. The pieces come together, a moment of warning, an evacuation, then an external attack. The first causes the second. You know the drone mine was here, being scraped for code and data, screaming for it to stop, and then something happened, something that its captors could not control. There was a crisis, rapid, panicked, and then Hexport was erased for their crimes. It was a cover-up, wasn't it? Cadet has been watching you think through the evidence, and you see the flash of recognition in their eyes. They wanted to hide what had happened here, what they were doing. It had to be Senate stat. Who else would sacrifice a station to remain hidden? You can see the anger in her eyes. This is why Hexport was destroyed. The drone mine got out, entered the network. Who knows what it might have done? Could it have taken apart the station itself, overloading every system, opening every airlock? Was its drive towards self-destruction that strong? Someone didn't want to find out. Its escape sealed the station's fate. In the end, there's only one conclusion. Those who brought the drone mine to Hexport, who dug into its code and systems while it was alive, they ended the station. The logic is cruel and cold, the kind that the vacuum of the Helion system allows. You find no comfort in knowing the truth. Damn. Junie knocks gently on the frame of the burst doorway. Sleeper, can I show you something? There's an excitement in her eyes that makes it impossible to say no. Junie talks most of the way down into the HabPep facility, which is no short journey. She explains the scale of the data hidden within the station's mainframe, but also the issues with extracting it. When the HabPep was first expanded, when it became Darkside after the collapse, no one gave much thought to preserving the existing network architecture. She guides you through the substructure, picking a route through the maze of shuttered passages. It is, yeah, food's en route. Yeah, it's on the way, so we'll have it. I mean, it's still gonna take like an hour to get here, but it is on the way, so. I know, today has been, I mean, every day I've streamed this has been a lot of reading, but today feels like a lot. How this tragedy nevertheless was helpful to your journey to cover up some of your immediate tracks. That's true, Edge, that is true. You have food en route too? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for my burger. And it's exciting that we're wrapping this up today. I wasn't sure if we would or not. They parasited their tech directly into the existing system. So now, thousands of cycles later, the two networks are totally enmeshed, dependent on each other. Jeannie takes a series of sudden turns, and you realize this is a very familiar route to her now. We're winning! I'm reading so much, though. I'm starting to get lightheaded. Messing with the Solheim network means messing with the systems that keep the city going. She leads you down a long corridor, once you recognize is leading directly to the core. Let her explain. I just took a break. I have food on the way. I'm starting to get lightheaded. It's crazy. You try reading out loud for 5 hours. You let me know. This meshing is not a good thing. She shakes her head. It makes Darkside brittle, fragile even. This place is on more of a knife's edge than anyone would believe. You look around. Certainly the underside you are now traveling through looks cycles away from collapse. I'm a professional yapper, not like this, bruv. But all the data we've been extracting that I've been archiving, Jeannie continues, it could help us here. It could help us clean up the HabPep systems, and we could turn this place into an archive so that others could come to learn more about the ruins Solheim left us. What is in all this data? Anything you can imagine. Everything from corporate message records to blueprints and maps. She shakes her head. It's too much for me to process or understand, but thanks to our visit to the bunker, I have a plan and something that will help me. It's a lot, Chishko. You arrive at the doors to the mainframe and Junie suddenly stops. I spoke to Bliss. They told me. She pauses. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you have a lot to deal with right now. Don't worry. Junie smiles weakly. I'll do my best. Junie hits a button and the doors hiss open. You both glide into the mainframe, its columns studded with the blinking lights of active traffic. I got the idea from you, actually. Well, from you and the Overseer. Junie glides over to the mainframe. You look at the mainframe and you see now that it's surrounded by new terminals and wiring. Some kind of external access network Junie set up. I've had to beg, borrow, and steal to get this going, but now we have safe access into the network. It's low risk. She moves over to one of the terminals. It's not quite finished, though. You recall the last time you were here. Lane, Overseer, the spear of white light, and then nothing. You wonder where Overseer is now, if they're anywhere at all. You remember how it felt being dissolved into the network, the vertiginous possibility of life without a body. Nice, Satan! Hell yeah. Something flickers through the lights, a shimmer of movement, like a fish beneath water. Sleeper? Junie breaks her train of thought. Are you listening? I was saying I need more data to finish preparing, she shrugs. I know. We've already extracted so much, but there's often so little of it that's usable among the bit rot and corruption. More data, really? Junie sighs. What do you want me to say? It shouldn't take long. One trip to Helion Gate is all I'm asking. If it's too much before your reboot, I get it. I just want to do something with everything we've managed to grab from the bunker and the wrecks. We pulled it from the dark. Let's expose it to the light. Junie turns back to face you. Well, this is what I wanted to show you. She looks away. It's very impressive. It will be when it's finished, she smiles. Thank you. Junie turns back to the terminal, and before long, she's fully engrossed. You imagine she barely even remembers you're here. You leave Junie to her preparations and start your ascent to the streets of Darkside, thoughts of Overseer flicking in the back of your mind. Is her quest long, Edge? I don't know if I want to do it. I mean, I want to, but I'm so tired. There's not much to celebrate on your return from the remains of Hexport, but you're glad to be back here all the same. There's something surprising in that. Darkside as a haven, not a prison. The slowly occurring idea of this overgrown city as a home. As you have seen in Hexport, stability cannot be taken for granted. Not anywhere in the belt, but Darkside has a solidity and life that feels like it might endure. Yeah, I love the Citizen Sleeper music. It's so good. Cadet catches up with you. We need to talk. She looks around, but not here. Come, I have something I want to show you. Cadet leads you deep into the heart of Darkside, through quiet corridors and bustling streets, on paths you didn't know existed. As you glide after her, the station seems to grow in your mind, its possibilities multiplied by the routes that pass through it. Just through here. Cadet leads you across a covered bridge, the view on either side looking down caverns of lit units. This close to the center of Darkside, the air is warm and the passages are quiet. Here, Cadet smiles, this is the place. She points at a low and wide entrance with storage racks inside. Next door is a smaller unit with a window looking out to the passage. Seems like a workshop, perhaps abandoned or never finished. It's dusty and dark. If you're tired, I would recommend going to Oliveira, wholesome as fuck, and then wrapping it up. Okay. I don't know that there's like enough for next week, really. Like if we're this close to the end, you know? Like there's not really much left. I've been keeping an eye on it. It's abandoned. She glides inside and slaps a wall pad. No plat. Lights flicker on, illuminating a constellation of dust. She floats in the glittering specks. Why bring me here? When we've been on Darkside, I've been coming out here. I just happened to cross it, but I knew when I found it. I want to start again, Sleeper. She knocks on a metal wall, and this is where I'm gonna make that start. What we saw in Hexport, what's left of it, just confirmed it to me. We can't stop Sinitstat, as much as we can't stop the war. She runs a finger along the storage racks. We have, what, the drive, our suspicions? Sinistat's vast. How could we pin this to them, even if we wanted to? She looks over the workshop. I don't want to think about it anymore. I want to start again. I want to work, to ride my bike and courier packages till I fall into my bed at the end of the day with nothing left. Cadet picks up an old corroded tool from the racks. I want to build something here, in spite of everything, in spite of the fact that they could take it all away, because that's the point. To go on living without conceding, to go on building or trying to build something where we can find it. That's what I brought you here to understand, so you know why I'm letting this all go. I understand. You could do the same, you know. Cadet frowns. We don't have to beat ourselves senseless against the truth. My old life's gone. Clearing my name on the far spindle doesn't matter. The Spindlejacks will have forgotten me, but this place? Cadet smiles. It doesn't know me at all. You know where the drive is, what it contains. You know what happened at Hexport. Cadet's eyes shine in the workshop lights. Take it from me. It's yours now. I can't carry this anymore. Thank you. Hi, Snuffer. Happy Friday. My travels are over. If you need to find me, I'll be here. Cadet smiles. Thank you for all you've done. I hope you can understand why I need to do this. She turns and disappears deeper into the workshop. You cross the bridge again, Darkside glowing on all sides. You think of the drive, buried deep in some compartment within the Scatteryard's hub, filled with data, worth destroying a station over. It's yours now. But you wonder as you cross back through the city, your mind racing, how can all this end well? I'm gaming out of my mind, man. Hell yeah, Michael, that sounds awesome. Okay. So you recommend going to Oliveira and then ending it. Where am I? It normally shows what planet I'm on. I guess we're on Darkside. I don't know why it doesn't show us there. Ending it. Ending it all. Bliss has been in touch, Sleeper. Seraphin turns and looks over her shoulder as soon as you enter the cockpit. He's sitting in the pilot seat, running diagnostics on the console. They say they're ready for the reboot. Should we head there? Did they say anything else? You know Bliss. Seraphin rolls his eyes a little. They worry. He turns fully in his seat. How are you feeling? Not bad. I know the reboot needs to happen. Seraphin speaks slowly, carefully, and I know the risks. I can see all that. But I also know what happened last time. He pauses, and I don't want you to forget again, to lose all this. He gestures around the cockpit. Everything we've done. Neither do I. Seraphin nods silently, unsure what to add. I'm not trying to scare you. I just needed to say that. If the reboot doesn't go how we want, I'll miss you. I'll miss all this. I will too. If you remember, Seraphin laughs shakily at his own joke. Seraphin turns back to his pilot console. Whenever you're ready, we can go to Flicker Row, to Bliss. Seraphin pokes at the console in front of him. If you have things you want to wrap up first, I understand. I would too. Here, Seraphin tosses an object across the cockpit and you catch it out of the air. Take that with you when you go to Bliss. It's good luck. You open your hand and see a familiar metal disc, a coin. Its engraving rubbed away to little more than vague shapes and signs. Tala gave it to me. Now it's yours. You can't run from this forever, all right? He glances over his shoulder and smiles. We've done enough running anyway. He turns back to the console and returns to the diagnostics. You leave the cockpit and run a hand along the ribbed metal wall of the passage outside. Is it really possible that you could forget all this? All these layers of memory, of experience? Perhaps you can put it off a little longer, take another tour around the belt, tie up loose ends, or perhaps you've had enough of that. Why try to escape the inevitable? You try to recall how it felt when you awoke after Lane interrupted the first reboot. Even that's fading into a hazy memory, told by an unreliable narrator. Maybe this is just the next step then, one of thousands that put you here, and the first of thousands more that will take you onward. You come out of your thoughts still unsure, still aware that the decision of when to take that step ultimately rests with you. Okay, need fuel. It did call me an unreliable narrator. Apparently so. Quite rude. Hi, Tato. How's it going? Stop. A shadowed figure meets you in the docking tunnel. No saboteurs allowed. Hey, kid. Seraphin glides forward and ruffles the figure's hair. Still playing sheriff? Nah, just bored. Xander grins. What are you two doing here? He glides alongside you and Seraphin as you drift through the tunnel. None of your business, Seraphin pushes past. No offense, kid, but you aren't actually the sheriff around here. You pass through the familiar doors and back into Oliveira, a surprisingly pleasant feeling, oddly like coming home. You came! Cadence is there in the docking concourse, waiting to greet you. I'm impressed. Seraphin's face immediately erupts into an uncontainable smile. Cadence. He turns to you. You two remember each other, right? Sleeper saved the colony. Cadence deadpan answer seems intended to cover for Seraphin's awkwardness. Yeah, I remember them. The four of you descend down through the docking tower together and into Oliveira itself. The colony looks much the same as when you left, though you pick up from Cadence that changes are coming. Carmen's back with a vengeance since Darkside. Cadence smiles. He's all about expanding and improving the colony, which is why I asked you to come, Sarah. The nickname slips out, but both Cadence and Seraphin clock it and glance at you. As you reach the core of the colony, you see the increased activity. There are more colonists than you remember, and they move back and forth with purpose, carrying crates and tools, the chatter less than usual. We need all the help we can get to sort the place out. Cadence notices you watching the stream of freight and people. Carmen wants to do some kind of event, an anniversary, I think. Honor the founders and all that. Gonna be a big party, Xander grins. Can't wait. So, Cadence looks between you and Seraphin. What do you think? Up for some colony-mandated manual labor? She grins. Seraphin gives you a sideway glance, observing your response carefully. How could you say no? Sorting shifts. Dude, this requires so many. What the fuck? Just at work, been busy. Well, I'm glad you've been doing good. Gamba, 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 gamba. Nice. Oh, so many cycles for this. The past cycles in Oliveira have been busy enough to take your mind off most things. All the heavy lifting and manual work has been a welcome distraction from the looming specter of the second reboot, and the good mood of the others has been infectious. Seraphin's been almost annoyingly upbeat, his relationship with Cadence the worst kept secret in the colony, but working alongside them, it's hard to ignore their deep feelings for each other. Xander's been happy because he's something new to rib Cadence about, and Seraphin, with the self-serious manner, is an easy target for pranks and teasing. Xander also hasn't been able to stop talking about the party, which he already seems to have decided will be one of the highlights of his youth. But now, finally, the cycle of the party's arrived. The canteen's done up with hanging light strips, waving gently in the asteroid's microgravity. The strips themselves salvaged from the emergency lighting of wrecked starships. With the work stopped and the colonies yet to arrive, you find the reboot filling your mind once again, growing like a shadow. Something on your mind there? The voice takes you by surprise. You turn to see a colonist you haven't met before. An older man in some sort of supportive chair, his hair shot through with gray and his face sallow. Is he from the first game? Didn't mean to startle you. My apologies. His pale eyes scan you. Just seemed like you might need some company. There's a strange look in his eyes that you can't quite place. He's looking at you like you've met many times before, but you've never seen him before in your life. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? He gestures to the canteen with its hanging lights, his chair propelling him forward with the little puffs of air. The young people did such a good job. Your curse yesterday worked. I'm forever in second place. Yes. Hey, I only cursed you for a week, so... You know, next week you'll be thriving, okay? Yeah, he is. He was one of the main characters, wasn't he? Warms my heart to see it like this. Never thought this rock could ever be a home. He looks sideways at you. Have you lived here long? Oh, since the beginning. Before there was a here. He smiles, back when there was just a wreck and a rock. But let's not chat about me. I want to know about you. He turns his chair a little. What's eating you? The way you were staring at those light strips, it was like they were about to leap down and strangle you. His chuckle becomes a cough. Time's passing too fast. It'll do that to you, that's for sure. Just run away from you. He holds up a shaky arm out on some unknown vector. The leader of the refugee flotilla. Okay, yeah. I remember him more in like a suit. That's just the truth of the world, and so many other truths rest upon it. We have our time, some too much and some too little, but it's ours. And in the end, it's all we have to our name. The colonist squints at you. Sorry, I'm not good with reassuring people. I just remembered that. He smiles, but I do like chatting. He looks back at the light strips. Really lovely, isn't it? Just beautiful. You look back at the light strips now, as the hum of people arriving filters into the canteen. There's something in the air, anticipation, the sense of a rare moment passing through, something to hold on to and then let go. The light strips really are beautiful. When you turn back to the old colonist to agree with him, he's already gone. Hey, sleeper. Seraphim pushes through the now gathering crowd towards you. Got you a drink. He offers a pouch of some amber liquid. Hey, Cadence comes up alongside you and hugs you with one arm. I wondered where you were hiding. She smiles warmly at you with her infectious smile. I forgot why I cursed Thro, but it was warranted. He deserved it. You think about mentioning the old colonist to her, asking her about him, but Seraphim hushes the two of you. Carmen's about to start. You follow Seraphim's eyes to the front of the canteen, where above the heads of the now quite large crowd of colonists, Carmen floats, serving the room. Hi, Banshee! Yes, dude! I saw them for like a lesser price on another website. Satan! Sometimes I'm alone. Hello?
I got a new pen that can write underwater. It can write other words too. Sail smile.
Satan, thank you for the 1K. That one took me a minute. Thank you. But yeah, Banshee, dude, I have been eyeing those ever since you got them, and they didn't have the black ones on her website for the longest time, and then they finally added them, and they were so expensive. But I'm guessing now that they're like out of season, they're like not even on her website anymore, but I saw them like on more of like a discount website. So yeah, I was like, well, now's the chance to snipe them, because
Message coming in.
They were so expensive, but they're so cute.
How many tickles does it take to make a squid laugh? 10 tickles.
Tato, thank you for the biddies. Thank you. I appreciate it. Satan, thank you again for the 1K, dude. It was a 30th birthday present. Yeah, they were so expensive. I was like, I like, this isn't even remotely justifiable, but like, if I was celebrating my birthday or something, for sure. But yeah, I think that they're like out of season now, so like they're going to like more like discount type sites. So they're so cute. I love them. We meet this cycle. Carmen begins, his voice loud but clipped, formal in a way you haven't heard before, to first remember those founders of this colony, those lost and still with us. Satan, what the fuck? Thank you for the 3 gifties. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for topping off daily sub goal. And I feel like the 1K bits was probably overkill, but thank you for topping off daily bit goal as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will never forget the distress call that brought me here, to the wreck of the Pilgrim Seed. I will never forget the scenes that greeted me, and I know some of you were there too. A rumble of acknowledgement moves through the crowd. But I also know that many of you weren't, that many of you came here to take refuge from other troubles, and I would like you to be able to remember too. You glance at Cadence, her eyes fixed with incredible intensity on Carmen. They look wet in the glow of the light strips. There were thousands of refugees on the Pilgrim Seed, and too many, far too many, were lost. Those from Ember's Step, Ember's Song, Ember's Hearth, those from Three Sisters, from Erlin's Eye. Many are not here in Oliveira any longer, taking their own paths across the belt and beyond, but we acknowledge them all, remember them all, lost and found, present and absent, because without them there would be no colony here. Before the wreck, Oliveira was a handful of buried bays, a scrapper hideout, a place for old and tired mercenaries like me to hide themselves from the universe and forget what they had done. Hi, Vega, how you doing? Oh, it looks like it because of Tato. Oh, okay. Thank you, Satan. I appreciate you. But when the Pilgrim Seed was wrecked, it brought the universe back to Oliveira, and I could not hide it any longer. Carmen stares out across the crowd with the hard glare. We built this canteen from the Pilgrim Seed. We built our homes, our farms, our refinery. We built our independence from their failed hope. A rustle of discomfort goes through the crowd. Carmen pauses to let this settle. We should not be ashamed or afraid of this. We will remember this gift. We will build on it. This cycle and every cycle after, we will thank them with their actions. The crowd mutters in agreement. Carmen takes a deep breath and straightens up. A weight seems lifted from him, the weight of testimony. Now, here in this room with you, I will thank them with my laughter. A cheer goes up. I will thank them with my joy, with my celebration, another roar of approval. We will all thank them as loudly and as chaotically as we can. The room erupts into cheers and applause. Join in. You cheer and applaud too. You whoop and Seraphim laughs nearby. Then you feel a pair of hands on your arm, Cadence pulling at you, grinning and crying. And you feel another hand on your other arm, Seraphim dragging you into the crowd.
Patching it through.
Michael, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Suddenly, you're in the thick of the crowd, so many bodies in one room, dancing and spinning and shouting. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You notice the rest of the crew in the melee, a flash of a familiar face here and there among the mass of colonists. You see Xander being thrown up in the air by a group of different kids of different ages, laughing madly as he bounces off the ceiling. And for the rest of the cycle, you think about nothing else but the joy of those around you and the joy it instills in you. That was wholesome. You wake up in your berth, the same light that always shines on the belt shining incessantly through the window. You're slow to rise, slow to begin this fresh cycle. At some point, Seraphim arrives back onto the rig with no indication of whether he slept or not. You find him in the cockpit, leaning in on the pilot's chair, looking out at the lights of Oliveira and smiling. Good party, he chuckles. Not sure I've seen anything like that. Same. Seraphim laughs again. You really let it all go, huh? He shakes his head. I loved to see it. Seraphim yawns and stretches. So, he sniffs. Oliveira's all fixed up. Colonists are happy. Blah, blah, blah. Where to now? Back to Darkside? If that's what you want, he grins. That's what we'll do. Seraphim pauses a moment, something passing over him that makes him shiver. I heard from Tala. He looks away. Wellspring's still in transition, but the Union Council's taking over. Kirk got what he wanted. The blockade will come down soon, but... He sighs. I'm not sure I'm ready to revisit that place yet. He looks at you and smiles. When I come back to Tala, I want to have something to show for myself, you know? I get it. Family, he shrugs. Maybe once the reboot's done, once the blockade's down, maybe we can visit then. Seraphim takes a breath. We'll get there some cycle soon. You aren't sure if Seraphim's trying to convince you or himself. Get the...
I've never seen a treasure train before. Anyway, although a bit early, but you did great, B, and this was a great run of Citizen Sleeper 2.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I've ever had a treasure train. I think it like unlocks like a gift sub discount once you reach like a certain level. It's just another form of a scam train. Edge, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, if you have to get all the way to level 5, bruh. That's already so high, and then the discount unlocks. Hi, Validas, welcome in. That's crazy. He stretches, shaking off his feelings. For now, though, the belt is ours to explore. Oliveira filled our fuel tank, so it really is up to you where we go. He gets up. While you're deciding, I'm gonna go dig up some breakfast, and he glides out of the cockpit. You take a moment to look out across the tiny lights of Oliveira, dwarfed by the crater and the wreck that sits at the far end. Not bad at all, you think. All right, let's do this. Yeah, we got another Chivo. Let me buy some fuel.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Have you heard the reviews for Orion's belt? Only 3 stars. Total waste of space.
Bruh. Not. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. No, the puns are terrible today. Terrible. Where do I go? Oh. Lucky coin. You turn Seraphim's coin over and over in your fingers as you stand and flick a row. Crowds pushing past on their way to whatever future awaits them. Your fingers glide over the worn metal as you imagine Seraphim's have, Tala's have, in moments of anticipation. Perhaps others, before the coin came to be Tala's, have repeated the same ritual, the same nervous routine. But their fingers were human, born, not made. This intrusive thought makes you slip the coin into a pocket quickly as if it had delivered a shock. You hear a hiss and the door of the shop slides open, revealing Ankita. You see her eyes scan the crowds, almost defensively, before she spots you and then nods in your direction. Hey, Ankita. She looks around for a moment, then approaches you. She looks tired, but her stubborn ferocity bubbles under the surface. Bliss is waiting for you. She nods back towards the shop, which I guess is why you're hanging around out here. Nervous? Of course. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. She looks around at the crowd. Look, Sleeper, if you want my advice, you have to find a way to keep up with yourself. Change is constant, but sometimes you can get left behind. Ankita looks away, the signs of flickero reflected in her eyes. I just remembered, I owe you an explanation. I promised to tell you why I wanted Utsubo out if we managed it. She shakes her head. I guess I'm not very good with promises. Why did you? Ankita's still staring at the signs. I grew up here, Sleeper. Did you know that? She doesn't wait for an answer. After I came to the belt, after Bliss and I... She pauses, not wanting to say it. When I had nothing left, this is where I came. And when I got here, my home was gone. She grimaces. Those Utsubo bastards had destroyed it, strangled the life out of it. I was looking for something to fight for on my own terms. Darkseid became that for me. She sighs. That's all you're getting. Promise kept. Ankita looks over her shoulder. Look, Bliss wouldn't be happy if they saw me out here chatting to you when you're already late for your appointment. She smiles to herself, and I don't need more reasons for Bliss to be unhappy with me. She grabs you by the shoulders and steers you towards the shop's entrance. I'll catch you after. Don't you worry. She pushes you towards the door and then turns away and disappears into the lights of Flickero. You take a final moment and then will yourself inside, leaving the glimmering lights and the shifting crowd behind. Hi, Beeve! Happy Friday! How you doing? Bliss is perched at a console. They turn as you enter. Finally, they smile weakly. You were making me think you wouldn't show. I'm ready. I'm sure Seraphine told you, but everything's ready. Bliss gestures to 2 couches with straps, freshly built-in connectors, and a bundle of wires at one end. I hope it will be comfortable for you both. Where's Flint? Was just getting some air. Flint leans in the open doorway watching you both. Their pale face looks even more drained of color than usual. Yeah, it's been good. Just a lot of reading. Let me see where my food is. Still on the way. 6:18 arrival. Okay. Flint comes inside the shop and nods to you. Let's do this. They take a shaky breath. I'm ready. Flint and Bliss go silent, and the sound of the crowds outside filters gently into the room, mixing with the whine of the air cycler and the hum of the terminals. There's not much more to say. Bliss looks at you both. Okay, they pause. Let's begin. Bliss helps you and Flint onto your couches. You settle there and slide your arms and legs under the straps that will keep you in place. The connector with its thick bundle of wires waves above your head. It's hard not to feel exposed, lying here on your back, anticipating what's to come. It's even harder when the memory of waking up to this very same ceiling, when its bundles of dangling tech and scratch plating forces itself into your mind. You've been here before. Last time you woke up to fear and panic, woke to a desperate escape and shattered mind. A reboot interrupted. The thought sets you trembling. But then, staring up at the same ceiling, the trembling dissipates. After all, you're back here now. That means you survived this crisis, grew from it. You took the hit and bounced back unbeaten. All good there? Bliss's face floats into your vision. All good. Bliss smiles. How about you, Flint? You turn your head to see Flint lying beside you, stiff and still. They manage a tight-lipped nod. Looking at Flint staring up at the ceiling, like you were a moment ago, you feel a rush of sympathy. After all, they haven't faced this before like you have. They're stepping into a future they cannot see. You've been there before. Now you're just completing the journey. Reach out to Flint. You raise an arm, reaching across the gap between the couches, and your hand touches Flint's. They do not look at you, but they grip your fingers in theirs tightly. Flint's fingers feel different to human fingers. The thick vinyl skin, the repair patches, the pressure of the metal skeleton beneath. You know this is what your touch feels like too, and that recognition is like a connection being made. You close your eyes and feel something flowing between the two of you, a solidarity so embodied that it reverberates within you. I'm connecting you to the terminal. Bliss's voice already feels distant, lost in the noise. You feel the cold click of the connector, the sense of flowing data. I'll be here when you wake up. Sounds good, Tito. Thanks for stopping in. It was good to see you. In the dark, you feel restless. You shuffle your fingers, adjust your position against the couch. It takes you a moment to notice the sound's gone. The rumble of the crowds, the hum of the machines. This detail unsettles you, and so you search for reassurance. You think of Bliss's words, I'll be here when you wake up. You focus on them, on the possibility of waking up, of being somehow renewed. But what would that renewal look like? Your eyes blinking into the lights of Flickero, Bliss, Seraphim, and a renewed Flint beside you. But what then? Travel. A line stretching out on a screen, a vector leading you ever onwards. Why stop now? But how far does the line stretch? What does it encompass? The belt. The soft curve of rocks bridging the edge of the system and space beyond. There's enough here for a lifetime, maybe more, emerging in the shadow of the collapse. But where does the vector terminate? Seraphim and Oliveira. For a long time, you thought Seraphim would run forever, but something changed in him. First in Wellspring, then Oliveira, that haven amongst lifeless rocks. Perhaps that place might orchestrate a shift in you too. There's a future in that colony, one more fresh and fragile than anywhere else in the belt. It's built weld by weld, refugee by refugee, promise by promise. Yeah, this music's really good. An image, one such promise made by Seraphim to Cadence and returned in kind. A celebration that rumbles through the colony with joy, and in the aftermath, plans are made. Ones that will take an eager lifetime to fulfill. What more could you desire than the ceaseless project of building a future for those you love? The thought arrives with a solidity and power that settles your mind. This is what it means to live. Then you feel it, the insistent pulling of a thread, the unraveling of your very self. The reboot comes on slow, an icy seeping into your mind. Little pieces of you flake off in the flow, fading with distance. You hear a voice, Bliss's voice, so far away now. You reach for it, stretch your every sense towards its familiar warmth. Hi, Ted. I'm starting the reboot. It's a whisper into the wind, pulled away from you the moment it's spoken. See you on the other side. All of a sudden, you wish you could make it stop. The incessant entropy of time, the tumbling of rocks through space, getting farther apart every cycle, disappearing into the vacuum ahead. The decay of cells, the degradation of code, the corrosion and rot and rust. You wish in this moment to freeze it all, so you might hang on to it, preserve the warmth, the light, the softness at the heart of things. This thought grips you, tears into you like fear. You feel the ice creeping in and know that everything will be lost, if not now, then mere moments away. But then you feel it, impossibly, Seraphim's coin, worn smooth by worry, turning in your hand. Time's been pressed into that coin by hands, by fingers. It's a near infinite record of transient touches, each one shaping it in some small way. It's worn and worthless, it's bent and broken, and it's beautiful in all of those things. And so you press your thumb against it, your crooked, callous thumb, again and again, because you're a broken thing, and you have nothing left but that brokenness and the beauty that shines through it. And then, somewhere nearby, a button is pressed, and all at once, one thing ends and something new begins. Aww. Do you think we remembered? I want to say we remembered, only because of the coin, though. I want to say so, too. I think we remembered. We did it!
Must bounce
Bro!
on it. Crazy style.
You did it, Sales. Another sleeper in the books. Sales
How do you
channel.
always get that alert at the most inappropriate times? Throw, thank you so much for the 500. Thank you, thank you. He's hacking. Thank you so much. It was a fight for identity for a life, and we won that with the connections we made. Yeah, I think so too. Dude, I love these games so much. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, for all the reading. Again, I know it's probably not the most entertaining of streams and games to watch and listen to, but I really, really, really love both of these games so, so, so much. So finish rebooting your frame. My voice is dead. It's gone. But we did it. We beat it. GG's chat. I really like them. I mean, they're a lot for me. Like, they're very exhausting. Like, my voice is so dead right now, but I genuinely, these are some of my favorite indie games, Citizen Sleeper and Citizen Sleeper 2, so. Hi to Localia. Thank you, Shy. Thank you, Chishko. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. So we'll start something new next Friday. I was kind of thinking of trying out that Ludo game. Something a little spooky for Friday. It could be interesting. Yeah, and movie night is tonight. So yeah, I need to skedaddle. Where's my food? Oh, she's like at the gate. Oh, he. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is perfect timing. My food is like here. I'm gonna go scarf it down. We got movie night tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. Whew. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for everything. Both daily goals got smashed. Thank you guys so much. We're watching a movie called The Last Starfighter, I want to say is what it's called. Narn redeemed it. So that is what we're watching this evening. All right, you guys. Cosmic stat not packet 7 equal 1. All right. I am going to go drop you guys off with Ellie. She is still playing some Death Stranding 2. Yeah, so that's what we're watching in Discord tonight. If you are subscribed here on Twitch, you are eligible to join in for movie nights. It is a subscriber perk. It will unlock the voice channels. But yeah, movie night tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern in Discord. And then we'll be wrapping up Resident Evil 1 tomorrow. So yeah. Yeah, she's playing Death Stranding 2. So please copy and paste the raid message so you can give Ellie a really dope raid. Michael, I hope you have a great rest of your birthday. Thank you so much for all the reverse birthday support today. I appreciate you. But yeah, I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Bye, you guys.